Good morning. We're going to do something you don't see happen very often in federal government. We're going to start early. Without further ado, we will get to housekeeping matters in a moment, but we have a limited amount of time with our chairman and our two bureau chiefs. So without further ado, I would like to introduce and thank the man without whose leadership this priority window would not have happened, Chairman Ajit Pai.
Well, thank you very much, Dana, for that kind introduction, and thanks to all of you for being here, especially those who I know have traveled quite a way to be here in Washington. Over the past 3 years, many tribal members have been very gracious in welcoming me into their communities. The Rosebud Sioux Reservation in South Dakota, to the Chickasaw Nation in Oklahoma, the Jemez and Zia Pueblos in New Mexico, all the way up to the Coeur d'Alene Reservation in Idaho. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to return the hospitality, even though it is a cold, gray, rainy Washington day, nonetheless. But my travels throughout Indian country have shown me that bringing high-speed internet access to tribal communities can really be a game changer. As many of you know, broadband enables teleworking and job searches and even the opportunity to start an online business. It allows patients to consult with specialists without having to drive hours, in some cases, to the nearest hospital. And it gives students the ability to download their lesson plans and upload their homework if they aren't able to do so otherwise. And that's why I'm proud to have launched several FCC initiatives to expand broadband access on tribal lands. Through our Universal Service Fund in 2018, for example, we increased the support for small rural carriers that deploy and operate fixed broadband networks on rural tribal lands in recognition of the unique challenges that are faced when building these networks and maintaining these networks in these areas. And last year, the FCC authorized a new round of funding for such carriers to operate, to improve, and to expand fixed broadband to more than 37,000 locations on tribal lands. And notably, this funding included a tribal broadband factor, a special bump in funding to carriers serving tribal lands in these rural areas. Later this month, the FCC is set to build on these reforms and take our biggest step yet to close the digital divide in rural America. I will be voting to establish the $20 billion Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, or RDOF as it's called around here, to connect rural homes and businesses. And will be an important priority for me is to ensure that this program will advance broadband deployment specifically on tribal lands. And that's why we will aim to give carriers that are bidding on serving rural tribal lands an advantage in the auction by giving their bids a funding bump and making it easier for tribally owned and tribally controlled carriers to finance construction of their networks in areas that they win at the auction. And so going forward, we certainly would encourage you to think about participating or talking to carriers who are interested in participating. This is a significant amount of funding with a particular priority on tribal broadband, and this is a really special opportunity for your tribal members to benefit. Anyway, these are all very important initiatives that will benefit many tribes, but I'm particularly excited about the initiative that Dana mentioned that has brought us here today. Last year, as you might have seen, the FCC took steps to reform the rules for the so-called 2.5 GHz band. This is the largest contiguous chunk of spectrum in the United States. But for too long, for many decades, this valuable spectrum, a public resource, has been used, especially in the western part of the United States. And that was primarily because of our outdated rules. And so last summer, the FCC took action. We updated the rules, we got rid of some of these obsolete restrictions, and we allowed more flexibility in how the spectrum can be used. But most notably for this audience, we gave federally recognized rural tribes and Alaska Native villages what is called a priority window to obtain the spectrum to serve rural and tribal lands. That is, before any commercial auction of the spectrum, we are giving tribes first dibs. You heard me right, tribes can obtain the spectrum without having to bid in an auction. Now, this application window will run from February 3rd until August 3rd, about 180 days. And as a result of tribal input, which we appreciate, the window will be open, as I said, for 6 months, which should give tribes time to apply. Now, I'm not speculating when I say that this spectrum opportunity could be a major benefit to tribal communities. The Havasupai tribe, which is located at the base of the Grand Canyon, today uses this very spectrum to offer wireless broadband service. For instance, it's being used by the community's early Head Start building of teachers and K through 12 students. And that is what I call digital opportunity. It's now within the reach of many of the tribes, perhaps some of those of you here who are interested in participating. Now, for context, this is the first time in the FCC's 80-some year history that we have ever given tribal entities a priority window to get spectrum licenses for wireless broadband, especially for free. And I'm proud to say that it is happening under my watch, and I really do hope that tribes will take advantage of it. That's why we've convened today's workshop and why we have our best and brightest staff to assist in the process. So thank you to all of you for engaging with us on a government-to-government basis to make sure that this priority window is in fact a priority for everybody and it has its desired impact. I also want to take this chance to thank our staff who have been working on this policy and who organized today's workshop. Thanks to Don Stockdale, Dana Schaefer, and our terrific Wireless Telecommunications Bureau for their leadership on this initiative. Thank you to Patrick Weber. Congratulations on the LSU victory yesterday. I know I'm surprised he came in this morning.
Early morning.
Yeah, I thought we see videos of him on Twitter on Bourbon Street. I'm glad to see he's here in Washington. And to our entire team in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and in particular our fantastic Office of Native Affairs and Policy, and that's outstanding leader Matthew, Sayer Rajapaksa, and others for their work on this and other initiatives to expand digital opportunity in Indian country. This is an important workshop for me because this is an important initiative for me, and I hope that in the time to come, as you hear some of the information we'll be sharing and engage in exchanges, that you will come to see it as important as well. Going forward, I do hope that you'll walk with us down this promising path towards bringing your communities the full benefits of the broadband revolution, especially when it comes to this 2.5 gigahertz band. I know the rules might be complicated, sometimes the details for me are highly technical, but at the end of the day, it means more tribal members than ever before will be able to connect to the platforms that are so important for economic prosperity and social opportunity. Thank you for letting me interrupt the proceedings, and I hope you have a great workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now, on the condition that he not gloat about the LSU win, roll tide, our CGB, Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau Chief, Patrick Weber, will say a few words.
Thank you, Dana. And good morning, everyone. Is my mic on? Hello? Yes. So as Dana mentioned and the Chairman mentioned, I'm Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau here at the FCC. And as its name reflects, CGB develops and implements the FCC's consumer policies and conducts outreach to state, local, and tribal governments. Our Office of Native Affairs and Policy, or ONAP, is specifically charged with bringing the benefits of modern communications to all Native communities and ensuring that Native concerns and voices are considered in all relevant Commission proceedings and initiatives. I'm pleased that ONAP has partnered with the Commission's Wireless Telecommunications Bureau to conduct extensive outreach in advance of the 2.5 gigahertz rural tribal priority window. Our outreach, including events like today's, will ensure that eligible tribes and tribal entities have the tools they need to take advantage of this great opportunity. Spectrum licenses available in the 2.5 gigahertz band will enable the provision of advanced telecommunications services to residents of rural tribal lands and will help close the digital divide, as the Chairman mentioned, in areas that may otherwise be very difficult to serve. Prior to the window's opening, all of our goal here at the Commission is to ensure that all federally recognized tribes are aware of the opportunity, can learn how to evaluate their eligibility, and how to navigate the application process. These topics and more will be covered today. And before we get started, the Chairman mentioned some folks in ONAP. I want to go ahead and recognize the people that are here in the room. We have Matthew Duchesne, who's the Chief of ONAP in the back corner there, Sairi Rajapakse, I think Sairi's here. If not, she's working diligently in the background. We also have Susan Mort, who's here in the back, and also Carolyn Conyers. Is Carolyn here? Okay. So I also want to thank Janet Sievert, who unfortunately is unable to be here today. I also want to thank my Deputy Bureau Chief, Barbara Espin, sitting next to me, who's been very active with ONAP. And if you haven't had a chance to meet them yet, I encourage you to do so. They're great, hardworking people, and you know, we think we have a really good relationship with most of you. If not, let's make sure that happens today and going forward. So I think everyone knows ONAP is the Commission's primary point of contact with the tribes. Reach out to us for anything you may need today and into the future. Any telecommunications concerns, questions you have, please let us know. We'll get back to you right away. And so with that, I hope you find today's workshop helpful. I look forward to working with you not only through this process prior to the windows opening, but during the windows opening while people are making their applications, tribes are applying, and then into the future. I mean, we're here, ONAP is here 24/7, so please reach out to us if you need us, and I hope you have a great workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to the ONAP staff, Barbara, Matthew, and the whole team. It has been a real pleasure to work with you, and we look forward to continued success on this endeavor. The ONAP staff has been instrumental. I think it's safe for me to say, as of yesterday, ONAP has reached out to every single federally recognized tribe to make sure that everyone knows about this opportunity, and that means personally reaching out, and we really appreciate that. That was a big lift, and we really appreciate that. And now I'm going to introduce a man that if you have nice things to say about WTB staff, please say them to him, and if you don't, then forget his name. My boss, the Bureau Chief of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, Don Stockdale.
Thank you, Dana. Allow me to reiterate the Chairman's welcome. We are honored to have leadership and representatives from so many tribal nations at today's workshop, both in person and via webinar. Just as you have welcomed our Chairman into your communities, you also have graciously hosted members of WTB and ONAP staff at a number of 2.5 gigahertz events and workshops in recent months. And for that, I thank you. I also want to thank Chairman Pai for his vision and leadership in championing initiatives designed to close the digital divide for all Americans, especially those in rural and remote areas. Without his leadership, we would not be here today discussing the first ever tribal priority window. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I also would like to thank and introduce you to the amazing staffs of ONAP and WTB, who have not only worked to implement the Chairman's vision of providing tribes an exclusive window prior to any commercial auction to obtain 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to serve rural tribal lands, but also who have worked and traveled many long hours to provide support for every single federally recognized tribe to avail itself of this opportunity. They not only have reached out to every federally recognized tribal nation, they have conducted numerous workshops, and they have engaged directly with every tribal stakeholder who has requested information and or assistance. These men and women are passionate about ensuring the success of the tribal priority window because they know that, as the Chairman said earlier, the potential this spectrum brings to rural tribal communities is not mere speculation. 2.5 gigahertz spectrum is being used today to bring broadband to some of our most remote areas of the country. And we will do everything in our power to provide tribes the information and support they need to navigate the process for obtaining access to unassigned 2.5 gigahertz spectrum over rural tribal lands to bring high-speed broadband to their communities. You will hear a number of our WTB staff over the course of today's workshop, but this has been a group effort, and I want to take this opportunity now to thank all of those listed on the slide. So I'm going to put up the slide. Thank you. Listed on the slide who have worked so hard to make the tribal priority window a success.
Let's ask them to stand. They're all over here and right here. Please stand up, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt my boss, but also we'd like to thank, and he didn't make the slide, but Aaron Goldberger, will you stand up? He's with the chairman's office, and without his leadership, we could not do this.
Okay. I want to single out for special thanks WTB's Deputy Chief and Chief of Staff, Dana Schaefer, who likes to interrupt me, who many of you know. When I asked Dana to lead the tribal priority window, I did so because I knew that she was committed to providing tribal nations with access to spectrum, and that she would accept nothing less than success. And she is not disappointed. For instance, she pushed to ensure that all federally recognized tribes were individually contacted. She was the driving force in organizing multiple events with tribal nations to discuss opportunities offered by the tribal priority window. She came up with the idea for developing the easily navigable web page the tribal nations can use to learn about the tribal window, determine whether there is eligible spectrum available, and learn how to apply. And she is committed to working with all eligible tribal nations who seek to take advantage of this window. Again, thank you all for joining us today and for engaging with us on a government-to-government basis to make sure that this priority window is successful. Please do not hesitate to let us know how WTB can assist you as we move forward with this first ever tribal priority window.
Thank you, boss. And I know you guys need to go. We really appreciate you taking time to be with us today. And while they are exiting the room and we are shifting around to get our next presenters up, I'll jump into some housekeeping matters, if I may. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Don, and Patrick. So first of all, I want everybody who's wearing, hello. Everybody who's wearing a shirt, roll up your sleeves, because that's what we're going to do today. If you've got a jacket, take it off, roll up your sleeves. That's what we're going to do today. If you have questions, do not leave today until we hear those questions. If you want to interrupt us to ask a question, interrupt us. As my boss pointed out, I love interruption. I love interaction. So we will have, if you pre-registered and you have a seat at the table, welcome. If you are joining us in our audience, we will have roving microphones, so don't be bashful, but we're going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to go through all of the details of how to take advantage of this incredible opportunity. This is the first time ever that this has happened, and it will be successful, right? Right. Oh, come on, guys. You've had more coffee than that. It will be successful, right? Right. Okay, so a few housekeeping matters, and those of you online, bear with us. First of all, the Wi-Fi password for this room is posted on the back of these columns. I'm not going to announce it because we are being live webcast, so I'm not going to announce a secure password over the internet, but if you have trouble with Wi-Fi, let someone, staff is all around with tent cards, they will help you. Restrooms are outside the doors, down the hallway, straight ahead, to the left near the security desk. There are handouts on the back table. Make sure that you get those. It includes the procedures pen, the instructions for filing, one-page handout that's very helpful in our agenda, and we will do our best to stick to that agenda today. Those of you who want a photo op with the FCC seal, feel free on a break Or, you know, if you find us terribly boring and I see that y'all are all going up there behind us to take a photo op, we'll try to kick it up a notch, okay? We are live streaming this event, and that live stream will be posted in a few days. So for those of you who had folks who couldn't make it today, or tribal council who say, what did you learn, what did you see? It will be online for future viewing. We ask that anyone who has a question step up to a microphone. Those of us at the table will be sharing microphones. If you're in the audience and you want to ask a question, just wave your arm and we will bring you a microphone. We've got staff ready to do that. If you are watching remotely and you have a question, you can send an email to Rural Tribal Window, all one word, Rural Tribal Window @fcc.gov. And during the course of the workshop, we will be taking those questions and answering those live. And finally, lunch. Okay, we just got through breakfast, but lunch. We will break from noon to 1:30, and when we break, we'll tell you, you know, which way to go to certain, there are restaurants all around. But I am going to encourage you to grab and go, because staff we are going to stay in the room. We're going to grab lunch and come back and make ourselves available to you for conversations, for one-on-one questions, for getting on the mapping tool. We will be available to you during lunch. So the best way to grab and go lunch here is to go down to our cafeteria, and staff will help you badge in and out of the security. And you can also pull up on your smartphone. There are a number of restaurants around this area, like Potbellies, that will allow you to send an order and it'd be ready and you go grab and go. So you will have time to go off and eat if you want to, but I'm going to encourage you to grab and go so that we can spend time. I have found in our travels and our workshops, some of our best work has been done over lunch, right? Done when we sit down and we sup together and we just talk. So I'm going to encourage everyone to please do that today for lunch. Although we will not talk about you if you decide to go off and eat somewhere without us. So with that said, we're going to jump right into our first presentation. We're going to do an overview of 2.5. Let me tell you what's getting ready to happen the rest of the day. What did I do with my... So this morning, everybody pull out your agenda. It was one of your handouts. We're going to do an overview, and then we're going to go right into our mapping tool. How many of you have used our mapping tool already? How many have not? I don't want to, but if you have not used our mapping tool, we will answer all your questions on how to get into the tool, how to use that tool to determine where there is unassigned spectrum over your tribal lands. And again, we are here to answer your questions. That will take us through lunch. During lunch, we're going to all sit and talk and answer more questions. After lunch, you will want to come back with the handout, the Tribal Priority Window Procedures, PN, and Filing Instructions. They look like this. Those of you who are watching from home, they are posted to our internet site. You can just search for the last public notice on our website, and it will pull up the public notice and the instructions are attached. So that's what we're going to do right after lunch. After that, we're going to actually walk you through how to file an application. And then at the end of the day, we're going to talk about some real-world examples of how this spectrum is being used. We're going to talk about the need to avoid something called mutual exclusivity, which is something we want to avoid. And then we will still be available at the end of the day if you still have questions. Please do not leave today if you still have a question that we have not answered. If we don't have an answer right away, we will work until we get you an answer. If you send us a question to our email box, I hope you've all learned that we respond to every single email. It may take us a day or two because we've been on the road, but we will respond to every email that we get. We are committed to making this tribal priority window a success. We will work with you. We will do everything in our power to make this as smooth and streamlined a process as possible. So with that said, I'd like to welcome Catherine Schrader. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Schrader. I watched too much Peanuts, and there's a guy named Schroeder, but this is Schrader. You can play the piano?
No.
Oh. But Catherine Schrader is one of our subject matter experts, and she and I are going to kind of walk through the opportunity both in 2.5 gigahertz, and then we're going to be joined, is Jess here today?
Not yet.
Not yet, but we're going to be joined in a little bit, and if we're not, we'll just keep going right on through to talk a little bit about 3.5, because 3.5 gigahertz spectrum is also available. It's available over all of your tribal land, and for some of you who don't have unassigned 2.5 spectrum, I know you have questions about 3.5, so we'll go into that as well. So with that, Catherine, take it away.
All right, so before we start, I know that some of you may have additional questions about broadband networks more generally and wireless spectrum and how that works. I know some of you are very familiar with that already. But if you're not and you'd like to know more, we've put together a tutorial pre-recorded webinar on the subject that's available here at this URL. You can also get to it and a lot of other helpful information by going to the 2.5 gigahertz website that we've put together, which is at fcc.gov/rural tribal window, as you can see on the slide. And there's a link to the broadband fundamentals tutorial there, as well as a lot of other things, the procedures PN, all of our releases. And both today and in general, you can email any questions you may have, like Dana said, to ruraltribalwindow@fcc.gov. And if we don't if you leave here, you have more questions, that email box is the best way to reach us and get answers.
So let's talk a little bit about what's available. Up to 117.5 megahertz of spectrum in the 2.5 gigahertz band. This was formerly known as Educational Broadband Service. Before it was Educational Broadband Service, it was Educational Broadcast Service, for those of us old enough to remember that. Some of us are. It was historically used for instructional video broadcast, schools, other educational uses. In fact, it was restricted to educational use. In about 2004, it started transitioning from broadcast to broadband, but still, as the chairman noted earlier, it was underutilized. And so in July of this year, or last year, we're in 2020 already, July of 2019, the commission decided to remove those restrictions and establish open eligibility, so this spectrum can be used for broadband, not just restrictive educational use. But the reason we're all here today is, for the first time ever, the commission also decided that before this spectrum is made available through competitive bidding, there will be an opportunity for rural tribal nations to obtain the spectrum for free. Or as my mama used to say, free for nothing. The spectrum itself is free. Now, I want to do a little color commentary here. That doesn't mean it's necessarily free broadband. And one of the reasons we're here is to walk through, you're still going to need a network, and you're still going to need backhaul, and you're still going to, but the spectrum itself will not cost you anything to get a license for that spectrum, so long as it's unassigned over your rural tribal lands.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the specific characteristics of this band and how it can work for you and why. So 2.5 gigahertz spectrum is mid-band spectrum, and as such, it combines some characteristics of lower band, more traditional cell spectrum in terms of propagation and coverage, but also it has more bandwidth available than usual in those bands. And so here's our 3.5 expert. And so the mix of that allows 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to be particularly useful in rural areas. It has higher power limits because of its regulatory regime as exclusively licensed spectrum, we can have higher power limits in this band than in 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi unlicensed or other unlicensed bands that I know some tribes are currently using for broadband in their areas. But the exclusive licenses in 2.5 gigahertz really allow us to have rules that pump up the power. And I have here, just for example, if you have equipment that transmits at the absolute limits of the rules, you can get up to 20 times the area coverage under the rules of 2.5 gigahertz spectrum versus 2.4. Now I say up to because most equipment does not transmit it at the very limits of those power levels, but that gives you some idea of the potential expanded coverage that's available in this band. In addition, it has a lower frequency than some other spectrum that's available, including 3.5, but also unlicensed 5 gigahertz and C-band. And this increased propagation at this frequency allows those signals to go through most notably walls and windows for better ease of indoor-outdoor coverage, and also in forested areas, in rural areas where you have to get through a lot of trees between the base station and the home or whatever the target service address is, and that propagation quality makes that easier to do in this band than some other options. In addition, 2.5 gigahertz, as Don mentioned earlier, is already being used for broadband. And one of the things that means is that there's an existing ecosystem of equipment. Manufacturers and vendors have had time to develop their processes to achieve economies of scale, and as a result, the equipment in this band is available and it's relatively inexpensive. And that's because these educational licensees are legacy licensees. Some of them have used 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to build their own broadband networks. Most of them have leased or have also leased their licenses or parts of their licenses to commercial providers, including Sprint, which operates part of its LTE network on spectrum in this band and adjacent to this band. And so this is really, we're going to talk later today about more real-world examples of tribes using this spectrum, but just off the bat, this is already being used for broadband, and it's very suitable for that purpose already.
So let's talk a little bit about what's available. And actually, if you can, I should have done this. Go to the next slide. We'll start with the band plan. So we've got 3 channels, and if you look at this band plan, across the top it shows you the old band plan, the BRS spectrum in yellow or gold, depending on what your monitor looks like, is not part of the former EBS spectrum, and it's not available in the priority window. But if you look down at the bottom of that band plan, there are 3 channels, or channel groups, that the Commission established, 2 of roughly 50 megahertz, like one's 50 and a half, one's 49 and a half, but roughly 50 megahertz, new channel group 1 and new channel group 2, and then new channel group 3 is 17 and a half megahertz. You're going to be able to apply for any spectrum in those channel groups that is not currently licensed to another entity, up to the full channel group if it's available or unlicensed over your rural tribal land. So for comparison, a typical LTE channel is 10 megahertz or 20 megahertz, and for a lot of you, you're going to find that you have, in some instances, you have all 3 channel bands available, and even and Melvin will get into this, and Melvin and Chris, into the mapping, you're going to find that even where there is another licensee, some of you have partial channels available, and so we'll show you that in a little bit. You're going to be able to apply for 1, 2, or all 3 channel groups, so long as there's something unassigned over your rural tribal land, and we'll get into that in more detail. And you're going to be able to define your own license area. So you get to decide, typically the Commission sets a license size, and then licensees have a build-out requirement to that license size. But you, in the tribal window, are going to get to decide, what you want your license area to look like. And so keep that in mind, and because we'll talk about that in more detail, about how you do that, whether you apply for your entire rural tribal land, or whether you decide that you want to break it up differently, or you want to define your own. And the important thing there is, by defining your own license area, you get to decide where you believe you can meet the build-out requirements. And so that's very important.
So before we move on, I just want to emphasize, looking at this band plan, as Dana said, under that graphic is the new channel plan that tribes and subsequently auction winners will be assigned licenses for. That top line is the existing band plan that incumbent licenses were issued for. So and incumbent licenses are issued for maybe just the A group or the B group, maybe for multiple channel groups. But I want to highlight this because you may be aware that there are licensees already in your tribal areas. It may be the case that they only cover part of a channel. If they only have the A group, you've got the top 2/3 of channel 1 still available, and so you would still be able to apply for channel 1. And when Melvin and Chris here in a minute walk through the mapping tool, one of the things they will talk about is how to see, exactly what is currently licensed in your area if there is an incumbent license. Because it may be the case that even if part of that channel is licensed, you've still got 20 megahertz to play with even after that, which is definitely enough to do broadband with.
So for those of you who, like me a couple of years ago, I was a wireline gal and came into wireless. So for those of you new to wireless and heard that and went, huh? Here, let me distill that for a minute. We will help you look to see how much of each of those channel groups is unassigned over your rural tribal land. So don't let this scare you. We will help you. But the point is, if someone says, oh, I've got 4 channel groups, don't say, well, they got 4 and I'm only getting 3. We have a new plan. So we took all of these. Can you go back to the slide for a minute? With all the ones across the top, A group 1 through 3, B group 1 through 3, all of those are the old channel groups. The new channel groups are the 3 you see below, and somebody might be using some, or in some cases they may be using all of, say, new channel group 1. And if all of new channel group 1 is assigned over your rural tribal land, then you're not going to be able to apply for it. But, and I'm very excited, and I'm almost fast forwarding to the work Melvin and Chris did. One of the reasons we wanted to give you a visual is when you go into the mapping tool, it'll show red if it's all licensed. Red is bad, but it will show yellow if it's all available, and then orange if, can you guess? If part of it's available. So we'll get there.
All right. So speaking of mapping, in terms of geographic availability, the current licenses mostly track the U.S. population. So they cover about 85% of the U.S. population, but only about 50% of the land area. And the spectrum is more widely available in less populated areas west of the Mississippi in particular, and in rural or remote areas. So if your tribal land is already rural and is already in remote areas that are not being well served by broadband, it's more likely that something is available than this 85% of POPs figure makes it sound. In addition, as Dana just went through, some areas may have channels available even though there is a current licensee that holds some of it. And we, as they said, we have the mapping tool presentation coming right up that will allow you to explore that. You can also look at our licensing system, ULS, on our website if you would like. I will tell you right now that the mapping tool we've created is much more accessible. And if you're not familiar with ULS, the mapping tool is a much better option for you to be able to quickly and easily see what we've got going on.
The mapping tool is really cool.
All right. As for who can apply, part of this is going to be covered in much more detail in the application procedures and the public notice session right after lunch. So I highly encourage you to be back on time for that. But very briefly, Federally recognized American Indian tribes and Alaskan Native villages are eligible. Also eligible are other entities that are majority-owned and controlled by a federally recognized tribe or native village or a consortium of federally recognized tribes or native villages. So we know, for example, that some tribes have set up corporations to be specifically their telecom entities or for other things, and those entities, so long as they are majority-owned and controlled by the tribe, are eligible to apply for spectrum themselves. And in terms of land area, as we've said, eligibility is limited to unassigned spectrum on rural tribal lands. And John and Nadia will go into much more detail this afternoon on exactly what that means and answer your questions on that area. So I want to go into a little bit the type of license that we're awarding to applicants in the tribal priority window, and also to subsequently to people who acquire licenses through the auction. They're called overlay licenses. And what that means is, if there is an incumbent license in the area when you acquire your license, then you essentially acquire sort of a residual right to, you will be the one who receives the spectrum covered by the incumbent license if the incumbent license is ever revoked or canceled. It does not give you the right to operate in areas covered by the license while the license still exists, but if the license goes away, it won't go back into FCC inventory, it will go automatically to you. So when you apply for spectrum for licenses on your lands, if, for example, there's an incumbent that covers part of a channel, you will apply for and get a license for that channel. You won't be able to use the covered parts of it while that incumbent license exists, but if they go away, you will then get access to the rest of the channel that they used to cover. And the same is true if they cover all of the channel on a certain part of the area, you would get access to that geographic area if the license goes away.
Okay, does anybody have a question about that? I see some people nodding, going, yeah, yeah. and I
Yeah,
see
please
some
feel free
people-
to interrupt us and ask questions if I'm being unclear or
So overlay license, questions? In the back.
That you can't apply for a license where there isn't any unassigned spectrum. But if you're applying, if all of license 1 is encumbered with incumbent licensees, and you're applying for license 2 and license 3, can you still apply for license 1 to have the overlay license into going forward?
No, you can only apply for a channel group where there is some unassigned spectrum over your rural tribal lands. If that channel group is completely licensed and there's no available spectrum, there's no white space, if you will, there's no available spectrum, then you cannot apply for that channel group. Do you want to add anything? Did I get that right?
Yeah, no, that's basically it. The overlay license comes into play when there's partial coverage. If it's absolutely and completely covered, then it's unavailable and it's not something that it's not something that we can grant a license for.
And in fact, when we get into the application presentation, they'll show you, you'll get to a point in the application where it presents you all 3 channel groups, and you can pick 1, 2, and or 3. And again, we will remind you that if there's anything available, you can pick that channel group. But if the channel group is completely licensed and there's nothing available, then don't pick that channel group because it could delay your application, because we have to go back and it could delay your application. So if it's completely licensed, there's no available white space, then no, you can't. It's not like you put your marker in to get it if it ever goes away. That's not the way it works. You get a license for what's unassigned
For
today.
something that's
You can
available.
start operating once you get your license on the unlicensed spectrum. You'll get that today, and then your overlay license means if that other licensee goes away, then you'll get that too. But there has to be something available before you can. Mariel, I think I won the bet on how many minutes it'd be before Mariel asks a question. Get a microphone, please. Get a microphone so everybody at home can hear you. Feel like Monty Hall, so they can hear you in our home viewing audience.
So for channel 2, you have the J band, which is then sliced into, I think it's 20 different channels, correct? So let's say that JA1 through JA3 is free, but that's it in channel 2. Will the application take that into account?
What do you mean by will the application take it into account?
So there's, you're talking like 1 megahertz available.
Yeah.
And that's it. Will channel 2 appear as being available for that tribal community
Well,
to claim?
don't assume that 1 megahertz is available. I think you're talking about the guard band?
Yeah.
Okay, just because it was a guard band doesn't mean it's not licensed.
Oh, no, that's what I mean.
So don't assume that 1 megahertz is I've heard that as we've traveled, oh, that 1 megahertz is available everywhere. No, 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 no. Even though it was a guard band, it may be licensed. But, and the chances of just that 1 megahertz being the only thing unlicensed, that's not the, we've looked in ULS, and most of that, what we call new channel group 3, most of that is usually either all or nothing. But
Not the K band, the J band.
go ahead. And your question, go ahead, John.
Yeah, Mariel, situated, the J guard band, like for instance, JA1, JA2, JA3, those rights travel with an A group licensee. So the JA channels would be unassigned in an area only if there is no A group licensee within that particular area.
Yeah, so I have a situation where, say, where the B, C, and D groups are licensed out, but the A groups aren't, which means you have that tiny sliver, a toehold, if you will, in channel 2. And I'm wondering if the application will take that into account and
Yeah.
recognize as available spectrum in channel 2.
If I understand, you could apply for that area, not only would the JA channels be available, and that's, but channel A4,
Yeah.
which is also part of channel 2, would be available.
Excellent, thank you.
So to take this, I feel like the color commentator at a, like, you know, the figure skating, and that was a quadruple Lutz. So the takeaway from that is, even if there's just a very small amount of spectrum available in a particular channel band, as long as there is something available, you can apply and you'll get a license. Now, if it's just that 1 little megahertz, you may not be able to do anything with that today. And this goes back to your question too. As long as there is something available, you can check yes for that channel group, and the application will take into account that it's all licensed except that 1 megahertz, and that's what your license will look like. When you get your license, it will say you have a license on this 1 megahertz or whatever was available, but then you still have an overlay license for the rest of it, which may or may not ever come your way. It depends on whether that licensee, that license goes away at any time in the future.
And Mariel, also to the extent your question is what does that look during the actual application process, that's something that our presenters this afternoon will talk about when they go through that.
Well, and I'm sorry, I keep interrupting. But in the application process, we've made it simple. You do not have to go in and tease all that out. As long as there is something available, you'll see this when we get to that, as long as you're going to be presented with channel groups 1, 2, and 3, and it's going to say, do you want 1, 2, and or 3? And as long as there's something available, you just click, like let's say there's just a sliver of 3 available. You click 3, and then in the application process, we take that into account. You don't have to say, I want the 1.5 megahertz. You don't have to tease all that out. It does take that into account in the application process. And we will see that this afternoon, so do not eat a big load of pasta for lunch because you will want to be awake for that presentation.
All right. So moving on to build-out requirements and restrictions on these licenses. Talking about build-out first, if you are providing mobile or fixed point to multi-point, if that term makes more sense to you, and don't worry about it if it doesn't, but if you're providing broadband service to an area, you must provide service that covers 50% of the population of the license area within 2 years and 80% within 5 years. And if you're providing a point-to-point service, backhaul links, or a point-to-point for any other purpose, you must operate 1 link for each 50,000 people in the license area within 2 years and 1 link for each 25,000 people within 5 years, which means that if you have fewer than 25,000 people in your license area, you only ever have to operate 1 link. Now, let me jump right on that and say, and explain some of that a little bit and unpack that. First of all of the equipment that you, when you renew your license, or when you, in this case, the build-out requirements come due before the license renewal. So when these deadlines arrive, you'll submit paperwork to the commission that says, this is what we built, it covers 50%, or this is what we built, it's this many point-to-point links. And our engineers will look at that and go, oh yes, that covers 50%, good job. This has to be equipment that is in use and providing service, whether that's for, in the rules it says whether to external customers or for internal use. So if you're providing service to, people in your community who sign up for broadband, that's external customers. If you're an entity that's for some reason using it for your own internal operations, that would also qualify. You can't put up a link with one end in one side of the parking lot and another end in the other side of the parking lot and call it your one point-to-point link that fulfills your build-out requirements. It has to be part of a bona fide part of a network that is in use. And now let's talk for a minute about this population percentage. This is not adoption. This is access. You do not have to have 50% and 80% of the population signed up for the service. You just have to have built a network that would allow 50% or 80% of the population to sign up if they wanted. We've had a question through the email address already that asks, is this requirement 80% of households, 80% of households that own computers and or use the internet, 80% of the adult population, 80% of the entire population in the area, or 80% of the population who have electricity? So first of all, I want to go back to the point that this is not adoption. We definitely are not requiring that you go and sign up 80% of the people on your tribal lands. So to a certain extent, it's a little bit less relevant whether that number of people is logistically able to sign up for your service in ways that are unrelated to your build-out of the network. However, in general, for that very specific question, stay tuned to the submitter of that question and anyone else who has it on the specifics of what qualifies as the population. But in general, it's 80% of the total population, but they don't have to be signed up for it. I want to make that very clear.
Well, and it's 80% of, we've had this question a lot. Another variation on the theme is it just the tribal population? It's 80% of the total population. But the good news is, in most scenarios, first of all, you get to decide what your service area is. So you get to decide what you can build to in 2 years and 5 years. But if you have your population is centered around a village, a lot of you are going to find, and you're going to see in our case studies this afternoon, that you can get well over 80% of population sometimes with just one base station covering your village. And it's the availability of the signal, of the service, not that you have to sell to 80% of your population. It's availability of service, ability to serve. But, yes?
As far as the build-out goes, can one link satisfy all 3 channels?
You're going to get, when you end again, this afternoon they'll talk more specifically about the application process and what specific licenses you end up for. I believe you end up with a separate license for each channel, right, John? Or not necessarily?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. They will talk about the specifics this afternoon. So what you need to satisfy the requirements on a per license basis. So if you end up with one license for all 3 channels, we don't inquire, as a general matter, and not in this band either, we don't inquire whether your equipment is using every single bit of spectrum within a channel or within your license. It has to be using some spectrum within the license, but if you start with just using part of the channel, because you only need that much bandwidth right now, that's fine. We're not going to come in and say, oh, you're not using the upper half of your license, so we're going to take it away.
But it also has to be legitimate service. You
Yeah.
can't do a point-to-point circuit, not attached to anything.
Yeah.
You go, look, this end of my circuit is in the parking lot of, you know, the library, and that end of it is in the parking lot of, you know, and we say, well, what's it connected to? What's it serving? And you go, nothing. So it has to be legitimate service. But beyond that, and I'm going to kick it over to John because I see he has something he wants to say, and he's the real expert. We're not going to go in and say, well, you're not using every single megahertz across all 3 channels. We're going to look to see if you've met your build-out requirement and are providing service either point to multipoint, which we look at POPs, or
mobile.
or
POPs.
mobile, or POPs, or if it's point to point, it still has to be legitimate service. John, did you?
I think you said most of it, Dana. You know, you have to be using enough for there to be a legitimate service, but there's no requirement that you use every single megahertz of the spectrum.
Yeah. So if you set up backhaul, for example, and you find that right now you only need so much, you don't need to deploy extraneous parts of the channel just to satisfy the build-out requirement, basically.
We just got another question here on build-out is, for population-based coverage requirements, how is the coverage measured? Is it measured on a specific signal level? And I think the basic answer to that is it depends on the equipment and what you're using. You need to demonstrate that whatever signal level you use to show coverage is reasonable and is capable of providing service using the equipment in question.
Okay, does anyone have any more questions on that part of it? We've still got some more. Can you go back to the build-out slide, please? Thanks. So, talking about these deadlines and what happens. If the interim deadline, the 2-year deadline, isn't met, then the final build-out requirement, that deadline accelerates by 1 year to 4 years. And then if the final build-out isn't met, then the license is canceled. Now we do have, particularly if you run into, unexpected difficulties at the last minute, a natural disaster, something like that, interrupts your build-out. The FCC does have the opportunity to file for extensions of time and other things to accommodate, issues like that beyond your control that come up and disrupt build-out. We're not going to go out and look for splitting hairs reasons to pull your license, but it is important.
Well, but I will tell you, like I told my son recently, he's down in Alabama and they have tornadoes, right? And he had a big project due in into the semester. Don't wait till the last minute. If the act of God happens on the last day and you have 6 months, you have more than 6 months to apply for the spectrum, and then you have 5 years to meet your build-out requirements. So don't put your project off to the last minute. I'll tell you just like I told my son.
Yeah. So, like I said, there are some mechanisms, but in general, if you don't meet the final build-out requirement within the 5 years, or the 4 years if you miss the interim deadline, then the license will be canceled, which is one reason to look carefully as an initial matter at what area you want to serve and your ability to serve that area at least to the minimum of the build-out requirements. In addition, licenses issued during the priority window to tribal licensees may not be sold or transferred until after the build-out requirements have been met. After the build-out requirements have been met, you can sell them or transfer them to whoever you want. Whoever you want that can qualify to hold an FCC license anyway, but you have to meet the build-out requirements first. However, leasing is permitted starting the minute you get the license. So if you want to, you could lease to another party and put them in charge of building out the network. And then, sell it to them afterwards or not, whatever the arrangement between the two of you is.
But you are still responsible for
Yeah.
your build-out. So let's talk for a minute. Sorry to interrupt, but I've heard a lot of questions as we've traveled about, quote, monetizing the spectrum. Guys, the point of this tribal priority window is to make the spectrum available to you to bring service to your rural areas. Leasing is allowed as a tool to help you meet your build-out requirement. You are still responsible for your build-out requirement. So If, for example, you get this spectrum and you offer it at such a high lease price that nobody comes to get it, you're going to lose the license because you haven't built out. So this is not about monetizing. You can't sell or monetize this spectrum until you meet the build-out requirements, because that is the point of the priority window, is to make the spectrum available to bring service to rural tribal areas. Okay? So yes, leasing's permitted, but as a tool to allow you to bring someone to the table who can build the network for you. So keep that in mind, because at the end of the day, if you lease it and they don't build it, then you lose the license. I'm glad to talk about that. I've had lots of questions about that, but let's stay focused on the purpose of the priority window is to bring service, is to give you tools you need to bring service to your most rural and your most remote areas.
All right. Yes.
Will you be
Put a
issuing,
microphone, please.
will you be issuing licenses during the 6-month period or not until after the 6-month period is over?
We will not be issuing licenses during the 6-month period, because keep in mind that we have to determine at the close of the window whether there are any mutually exclusive applications. And we'll talk about that in more detail this afternoon. But if two tribal entities apply for the same spectrum, either over the same land, the same channel groups, then that's called mutual exclusivity. And by statute, we cannot pick a winner. That has to go to competitive bidding. And so we won't know until the window closes. And I talked about this at our last workshop. It's nice to have a nice long window to have plenty of time to apply, but by the same token, that means that for those 6 months, we can't issue any licenses until the window closes, and then and they're going to present this afternoon in detail the timeline, but then we have to determine whether there are any mutually exclusive applications. There will be a period of trying to settle those or work those out. Then if there are still mutually exclusive applications, they're going to go to competitive bidding. So there's a whole long process, and none of those applications really get worked until the window closes.
Yes.
So on the build-out requirement, if you get to year 5 and you realize that you're only going to get to 75% build-out, is there an opportunity to rescope the license down to a smaller geographic area, or is it an absolute cancellation?
Okay, so let me tell you, there's a book answer, which means you signed up, you said, here's my territory, here's what, you defined it, you didn't meet it, and then by rule, you lose the license, right? But I can't tell you sitting here today what we may or may not do in 5 years. I don't think you can count on there being opportunity to rescope. So I think you need to really look at where your population densities are and design your network and determine your service area in a way that you feel confident you can get there in 5 years. I'm not going to say no, but by the same token, I can't promise that you will be able to scope it back. I think those of you who have been around and watched this commission for a long time know that we do everything in our power to look at, the public interest in every. If a waiver application comes in, there is a waiver standard. We'll talk about that later today too. So I don't want to say no, but I urge you to really look at what is doable in your 5 years, because I just don't want to see anybody in that situation. Anything to add, guys?
I mean, looking at a lot of the lands, a lot of tribal lands are in a situation where, putting up one base station in a correctly sited and located area would probably be sufficient to meet both the 50% and the 80% population benchmark. So it's,
And in fact, do us this favor. If you get to year 3 or year 4 and you're only at 75%, and you're really struggling, remember, it's not adoption, it's service availability, come talk to us. Don't wait till year 5, okay?
I will say more specifically, in some bands, there's a specific mechanism in the rules for scoping down the license. That mechanism doesn't exist in the rules for this band. So probably as a practical matter, what you'd be looking at is either an extension of time or a waiver. And as Dana said, there's no way that we sitting here right now can tell you what the likelihood would be, because it's fact specific and also at least more than 5 years from now.
It'd be a waiver, it might even be, I don't know, partitioning to let part of it go, but
Yeah,
there are a
but
number of things we can talk about if you start getting into years 3 and 4, that looks like a problem, but they all involve some sort of, waiver case-specific process. There is no, there's nothing in the rules specific to 2.5 that automatically allows you to scale down.
any more build-out questions or leasing questions from anyone? All right, not seeing any. So once again, we've got the website for more questions if you have questions later. And our website, if you want to check there to see if we can answer your question like that. And Chris and Melvin, after this, are going to go through the mapping tool.
But first, we're gonna switch over for a minute to 3.5, and let me tell you, a lot of questions have come up about the differences between 2.5 and 3.5, and we have a subject matter expert here who's going to walk you through 3.5. But let me tell you, one of the main differences, a lot of places people have asked, and Danae, you've asked this question before, about access to unused spectrum. And as you know, in 2.5, the priority window is to allow you an opportunity to come in and get an exclusive license where spectrum has not already been licensed. In contrast, 3.5 offers an opportunity for, and not just over your tribal land, everywhere in the country, it allows an opportunity for you to come in and utilize, take advantage of unused spectrum. Not only to the extent we've set aside a certain amount of megahertz, I think 80, for general authorized access, but also, and Danae, this goes right to a conversation we had. If somebody actually goes into the auction and buys those licenses, they're going to be up to 7 what we call priority access licenses, and they've won that spectrum at auction, they have the license. If they're not using it over your rural tribal land, as I keep saying everywhere I go, you get to eat their ice cream too. And so Jessica Quinley is going to walk us through what 3.5 looks like. And it is an alternative, not only for those of you who may be in an area where 2.5 spectrum has already been licensed, but even where you've got plenty of 2.5 spectrum, you also have access to 3.5. It can be a complement to fill out your network. It can be used in a number of ways. And so Jessica Quinley is from our mobility division is going to walk us through 3.5, what that means, and looking at this as an alternative or complement to 2.5. Jess?
Hi, thanks, Dana. So the first slide is, can we go to the slides? Okay. So the first slide just tells you some of the characteristics of the 3.5 band, and the 3 words I really want to highlight here are coverage, capacity, and propagation. It has a lot of desirable characteristics for rural areas, and as Dana mentioned, there are some low-cost entry points for mid-band spectrum. So it's a key opportunity for rural areas and tribal areas. Since we adopted the rules for this band in 2015, we've been calling it the innovation band because of the market opportunities that this band provides, and we've seen a lot of exciting use cases, which is the next slide. So some of the possible use cases, this is just a list of things that we've heard from industry, but 2 of the words that I want to highlight on this slide are flexible and potential, because our rules are flexible here, and they allow for any way that you want to use this spectrum. So wireless broadband, 5G, IoT applications, which is the Internet of Things, intelligent manufacturing, power generation, sensor technologies, and wireless backhaul are what's listed on this slide. And what we're hearing from industry is that it's really good for solutions for in-building LTE coverage. It's ideal for public spaces, which could be tricky to cover, and then also for industrial IoT, because you can offer private LTE with a secure network for private companies. So the access to the 3.5 band, which Dana previewed a little bit, is a hybrid sharing regime, and it's managed by what we call a Spectrum Access System, or an SAS. And the SASs will tell folks in the band who are either the priority access licenses or the general authorized access users whether spectrum is available in an area. So the priority access licenses, they use the lower portion of the band, and the general authorized access can use the entire band. So the 3.5 band is 150 megahertz of spectrum, and you'll see the band plan on the next slide, but before I get there, there are 3 users in the band. And in priority order, there's federal users, who are number 1, priority access users, which are number 2, and they're licensed, and then the general authorized access users. And unlike 2.5, the priority access licenses, they do not have any limited eligibility issues, so anyone can apply for a license. So here you see the band plan, and this is a good illustration of what I just said, with the priority access licenses being in the lower part of the band, where generalized authorized access uses the entire 150 megahertz. Each priority access license is a 10 megahertz channel in that first 100 megahertz of the band. No more than 7 priority access licenses will be issued in any county. So even though you see on the slide 10 little slots for the priority access licenses, only 7 of those 10 are available for license use, which means a minimum of 80 megahertz is going to be available to general authorized access users at any point. And it could be more than 80 megahertz because, as Dana mentioned, any unused priority access license channels can be used by the GAA users.
And this is everywhere. This is not limited to tribal land, to rural. This is in every county. There will be 80 megahertz set aside for GAA, everywhere. Everywhere.
Yep, and then you just have to keep in mind that there are federal users, which is, on this slide, it says incumbent access or incumbent users, but the SAS will help you coordinate the sharing between the incumbent users. So we hope that the SAS will be simple in a way that you don't have to figure it out yourself. So, and then the next slide will help you evaluate whether the PAL, the priority access license, or the GAA is right for your wireless needs. You know, this is a compare and contrast here. So we've got everything listed here on the slide, but I mentioned that there's 10 megahertz unpaired channels as licenses for the priority access licenses. They will be licensed on an auction for a 10-year renewable term. The auction right now is scheduled for June 2020, so if you're interested in following any information about the auction, we have a docket open about the auction, and we've released an auction comment PN, and next up will be an auction procedures public notice, which will have all the information that you need, including information about the tribal lands bidding credit. It is not a tribal opportunity window like the 2.5, but you can apply for a bidding credit if you would like that relief and you qualify. As I mentioned on the last slide, there's no more than 7 licenses will be issued in any county. And at the end of the term, you have to meet a substantial service requirement, which is similar to the build-out requirements that Catherine highlighted for 2.5, except the priority access license is a 10-year term. And the licenses will be issued on a county-by-county basis. So not in every state do we have counties. So I've gotten this question before when I've done this presentation. So what we've done is most states have counties. So if you have a county, then that is your license area. If you're in a county equivalent state, like Louisiana, for example, then the census has determined what those county equivalents are, and we have adopted what census has listed, and those are listed on our website, on our 3.5 website. So if you're interested in a particular county or county equivalent area, I encourage you to go to the 3.5 website, and you'll see what counties are available for priority access licenses. And then to go on to the second column, the general authorized access, they have operations through the entire band. They're licensed by rule, which means you do not need to apply for a license. You don't need to come to the auction. You can operate as long as you have the equipment and you coordinate with the SAS, which I'll get into more detail later in the presentation. A minimum of 80 megahertz will be available for GAA users, and perhaps more depending on the priority access licensee's use of the band. GAA users, they have non-exclusive use and they have limited protections. As you saw in the last slide with the band plan, they are the third priority user in the first 100 megahertz of the band and the second priority user in the last 50 megahertz of the band. So those are some limitations that you want to keep in mind. If you require exclusive spectrum for your needs, then priority access license might be a better option. But we think that in remote areas, we're expecting that there will be more spectrum available for GAA use. And then going on to the timing, prior to operations, both the priority access licenses and GAA users must register their fixed stations, which are, the rules are set out in Part 96, but you must register your fixed stations with the SAS, and then the SAS will authorize your use of those registered stations. We have 5 SASs that have been approved, which are listed on the slide. And right now they're in initial commercial deployment, and they have not received full commercial certification. We're hoping that soon, but we don't have any timing on when that'll be. But once they are fully commercialized and ready for use, then the GAA users can start operating in this band. So this is next steps, and so if you're interested in the 3.5 band, we encourage you to reach out to the SAS administrators. We have, on our 3.5 website, we have a list of those SAS administrators, and they were listed on the last slide as well. We're hoping that we can get primary contact information for each SAS, but right now all we have is the company name. And then we also encourage you to contact equipment vendors. And we have a website here, and we've listed that for reference, but we do want to caveat that the on-go certification is not required to operate in the band, and we do not represent the accuracy of any information on any third-party website. But they have been involved since the beginning, the CBRS Alliance or on-go, so we've found them to be a good resource, even though I do have to make those caveats. And then you could also familiarize yourself with the installation requirements and ensure that the certified professional installers are available in your area. The Wireless Innovation Forum, another third party, they have information about that, and we encourage you to reach out to them. The SASs can help you understand how much spectrum is in your area and what the terms of service would be for your area. And then the last slide, we have just contact information for
Does anyone have
all of
questions
us.
about 3.5 before
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
go
so,
on?
so keep in mind, to be a GAA user, you don't have to have a license. You don't apply for a license. You work with and you select from among the 5 authorized SASs, you select a SAS, and they will tell you what their services are and what their charges are. They'll help you determine how much spectrum is available. There is an ecosystem of equipment out there, and you'll work with the SAS, you'll register your equipment, but to be a GAA user does not require a license. You're also not protected from interference, but if the issue is that nobody's built anything, that there's no service in your remote area, then the likelihood of interference is very low, right? So it is a good alternative particularly where you don't have 2.5 available. Some of you particularly who are closer to urban areas, may not have 2.5 available. You may want to look into participating in the auction. If you want a PAL license, they will be auctioned at the county level. And that gives you an actual license and protection from interference. You're subject to the primary incumbents are federal users, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Jess, that's typically like naval radar and.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
so
so if
some
you're,
of, yeah, some
if
some
you're
of the-
closer to the coast, then it's going to be a problem. But if you're not as close to the coast, there are still federal users, but it's not as crowded.
And not as crowded. There aren't as many ships coming in to New Mexico as there are California, right? Okay. But anybody want to talk about, have questions about? Mariel, of course Mariel has a question. Yes, ma'am.
So if you have an NN license on
Wait for the microphone so everybody can hear you.
If you have an NN license on 3.65, that's going to transfer over to 3.5. When does the certified professional installer have to come in and?
So to give you a very legal answer, it depends. So what, are you a grandfathered license?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're a grandfathered license and you have equipment that can upgrade, then we encourage you to do that. There should be software upgrades. We've looked in our equipment database. And as soon as, we encourage you to reach out to the SAS right now if you have upgradable equipment and talk with the SAS about continuing to operate on your 3.65 license.
Okay, thank you.
So what I'm hearing is whether you're grandfathered or you're interested, first thing is to reach out to the SAS.
Yes.
Okay. There's a question here.
So I've actually got a couple of questions. The Chehalis reservation is first the checkerboard reservation. And secondly, our students go off reservation for their schooling. And so the question is, what should the Chehalis tribe be looking for in terms of 2.5, 3.5? Once they're in two counties, one school district is within a mile of the reservation, one school district is within 3 miles of the reservation. The checkerboard is 8 miles apart. So where or how many different places does the Chehalis tribe go?
Okay, so first of all, let me take that in reverse order. First, you talk about off-reservation use. Keep in mind that the 2.5 tribal priority window is for access to unlicensed 2.5 spectrum over rural tribal areas only, so not off reservation. So so that will not, you can't count on 2.5 unless you may want to participate in the auction, which will take place later. So you may want to look at 3.5 if you're trying to do a particular deployment off reservation. So 2.5 tribal priority window on reservation only. We will talk more about that in detail later. To your checkerboard question, stay tuned. We're getting ready to go after this into the mapping tool, and we are going to look at some situations where, and I hesitate, I know you use the word checkerboard. Some on reservation is, when you say checkerboard, you mean reservation land interspersed with non-reservation land,
No,
right?
I mean two separate reservation parcels.
Non-contiguous.
Non-contiguous.
Okay, so we will talk about that in the context of mapping, but again, the legal answer is the priority window will entitle you to just get the unlicensed spectrum over the actual tribal land. But where there are non-contiguous tribal lands, in some areas it may make sense to apply for a waiver. We're going to talk about the waiver process and what that requires. And we're going to look at some examples of where, there's a good story to tell. Like if you've got two non-contiguous parcels and that's your reservation, there's a sliver of land in between, and you have a story to tell, and you can meet the waiver standard for good cause shown to draw a different shapefile. Our shapefile is going to be just your tribal land, right? Just your reservation. But you may say, look, I've got a really good story to tell. I need to be able to serve a different shapefile because, you know, I've got two non-contiguous parcels, there's just a little sliver in between, you may have a good story to tell. You may be able to meet the waiver standard. If, on the other hand, you've got two non-contiguous tribal parcels and the city of Phoenix is in between, you probably, I can't think of a good enough story to grant outside of our rules the whole city of Phoenix, and it's probably, I don't mean to pick on Phoenix, we've been out there recently, it's probably already licensed. So we will get in the mapping, we will go over some examples, but then on the break, and particularly at lunch, I or any one of us will be glad to sit down with you and drill down, look in the mapping tool and see what you're looking at and try to help you with some specific answers to your specific. I hate to answer anything in the abstract because people go, oh yeah, that's me too. Well, the reason the waiver process is a case-by-case analysis is because every case is different. But we will, anyone who wants to show us your specific situation and ask us questions, we will do our best to drill down. And so see me or John or any one of the wireless folks at a break, and we'll pull up the map for your reservation and see exactly what we're talking about. Fair enough?
Great.
Any other? In fact, that's a very good segue. I want to thank Jess and Catherine. Thank you so much. These are your subject matter experts. Try not to mob them like paparazzi on the break, but they really are the subject matter experts. So if you want to ask them a question, they'll be around today. Thank you so much. That was very helpful. Thank you. So my goal is to keep everything either on time or running ahead of schedule. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'm going to let you guys tell me, do you want a quick break or do we want to keep plowing through? How many people need a quick break? How many people say power through? How many people don't care? Oh, okay, so I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to power through, but if you do need a quick break, while we're swapping out speakers and presentations, feel free. Bathrooms right down the hall to the left. We're not going to break per se, but we're going to take a minute or so here to shuffle the deck and to get our next speakers ready to go. So 60-second break. If we can come on back in. While we're taking our seats, I want to take some of the questions from our viewing audience. Actually, guys, if we could come on in and take a seat. I'm going to ask that you take your conversations out in the hallway. I don't want to interrupt you, but I know y'all are having a great time, but we're going to keep moving ahead. We're going to stay on schedule. Real quickly, we had a couple of questions. One from, and I don't want to out anyone, I'll just use first names, Amy and Colbert. And this is a good segue into the mapping tool. In looking at the map, they were asking questions about, quote, qualifying signals. And let me point out, the map you're getting ready to see is not an engineering study. It is not about signals that are reaching this. It has nothing to do with whether or not there currently is a provider with a signal in your area. It has to do with whether or not the 2.5 spectrum over your rural tribal land has already been licensed or whether it's available for you to apply for in the window. So let me say to Amy and Colbert, on a break, either today or hopefully tomorrow, if you can email the same email address and let us know a good time to call you back, we'll be glad to call you and walk you through your question, because that's not at all what the map's about. Watch our mapping presentation. It may answer your question. If not, email us back and we'll be glad to call and walk you through it. In fact, anyone, I also had a question about workshops and why haven't you come to, we've gone to as many places and as many workshops as humanly possible. I will say my husband didn't see me from the day before Halloween until Thanksgiving, and he thanks you all. Yeah. Hey, that's a good one, aren't you? He says, thank you very much. No, just kidding. But even if we cannot come to your tribal land, if you have an event you want us to consider, we try to do events that can bring in enough people that we can justify the expense of coming out and presenting. But short of that, we are always available to answer your questions into the email box, and we have staff who will call you and do one-on-one answer questions. So don't feel like just because you may not be in the room today or a workshop hasn't happened close enough for you to be there in person, you still can email us and ask us for a meeting, a phone meeting. We'll be glad. Staff has been doing a lot of one-on-one phone meetings to answer these types of questions. The last question comes from the California Public Utilities Commission, and it has to do with the Rural Digital Opportunities Fund and some questions about how our applications work with that. Keep in mind, the Rural Digital Opportunities Fund is an ongoing rulemaking, and so as we sit here today, I can't tell you what the Commission's rules are going to be. All I can say is stay tuned. If once the Rural Digital Opportunities Fund and the rules for that are adopted, once that moves forward, if you have specific questions about the timing of that versus the tribal window, we'll be glad to track those down for you. But as I sit here today, I would no more. I can't answer that. It's a rulemaking and it's open, and so sorry. But if as that goes forward, you still have specific questions about this or any other, we've gotten questions on the road too about other programs such as Reconnects. We may not have the answers. That's a USDA program, but we will get you the right resources. We will do everything we can to get you the answers that we can when we can. But I just can't speak to the RDOF today. It's a rulemaking. With that said, we're going to go into our mapping tool, and I'm very excited to tell you, those of you who have seen me or even one of our subject matter experts present on the map, you're in for a treat today because you actually have the people who made the map. And this is something that we've not done in the past. And we heard you talk about ULS not being user-friendly. ULS is, how can I find what I need in ULS? And separate and apart from the tribal priority window, we are working on a ULS modernization project, but we knew that in order to make this a success, that we needed to give you the tools you needed to be able to more easily see where the opportunities were for spectrum over your rural tribal lands. And the best way to do that is through a visual. And so Melvin Del Versario, Chris Miller, and their team, Diane's here, Diane wave, Diane is the division chief, Dorothy Stiffelmeyer, where are you? Who else is here that worked on the map? Well, lots of people, but those are the main, you're going to see it, you're going to love it, it's going to help you, and these folks worked nights, weekends. I just want to thank them because this is going to be a great tool. It's going to help us be successful. So Melvin, Chris, Diane, Dorothy, thank you. Okay, guys, you could be more enthusiastic than that. If you didn't have this map, you would have to be doing queries in ULS and figuring this out on your own. So again, I say thank you. So Melvin, Chris, take it away and show us the map. Oh, and one other thing, as you go into the map, and this goes back to Harold, your question and some other folks, pay close attention to the actual shape files, because what we have in the map represents the current shape file for your on-reservation land. And so for example, you brought up non-contiguous. When we look at your actual reservation land, it appears contiguous. We can talk at a break, but keep in mind, and Melvin's going to explain, that just because land is in trust or is fee land doesn't necessarily mean it's eligible. It has to be on reservation. And so with that said, Melvin and Chris are going to walk you through the map. If you see something in the map that is questionable, we'll be glad to drill down with you. But keep in mind that those are the shapefiles based on census, based on what is on reservation today. So with that, Melvin, Chris, take it away.
Thank you, Dana. As Dana said, Chris was a big part of developing this map, and I just wanted to make sure, put a face to the emails that you may be communicating with concerning the map, or the voice behind the phone call that you might want to talk to us about. So Chris will be the one who's going to be giving that technical advice concerning this map, all right? With that, the easiest way to get to this tool will be through the tribal 2.5 tribal window website. On the website, we have a direct link to the map. We also have the data sources that we use to create the map. It's all public data. A lot of it is based on census, and the licensing data is based on our ULS licensing system, which we've done the heavy work for you of identifying the incumbent licensees throughout the nation on tribal lands. So that is the big part that this map is going to put in more of a visual manner for you, okay? So with that, we're going to go right to the map. We just have to click on the link, the mapping tool, and from here it just gives an introduction. One of the easiest ways we've made it for anybody to go in and find their own tribal land that we've mapped is just to start typing the name of your tribal land. In this case, we can do Chehalis? Chehalis, I'm sorry.
It's Confederated Tribes of Chehalis. I don't know if that matters.
We can just start typing it, and the search box will find what we have for you there, okay? So we're going to go ahead and go right to that map.
I know I'd like to interrupt. The warnings that it's showing you, when you click through 2 splash pages, it just reminds you that the map is just a tool, that the official record is ULS, and you'll see, as Melvin walks you through the tool, that once you see the visual, if you want the specifics, then you can hover and go to ULS. So this is just, don't rely solely on the map. Check all your data in ULS before you make decisions based on what you see there.
Okay. And we just have a basic disclaimer.
The lawyers made us do that.
So that link led us directly and zoomed on Chehalis, okay? But generally what we have is a nationwide map with all of the eligible lands that we've identified that are in accordance with the order, okay? So everything in black we have in Alaska, we have the Hawaii also, the homelands in Hawaii, okay? And getting back to oops, I'm sorry. I've lost Chehalis.
While you're finding Chehalis, so Melvin showed you can type your tribal, start to type your tribal land in, and it'll come up. You could also scroll down. Every federally recognized tribe is there with a link. But you can also just go into the map and just click and drag. So if you're looking at your rural tribal land and you want to go see Jerome's rural tribal land, you can click and drag over, and it's all there. All the data is there for all of the federally recognized tribes.
Melvin, when we were asking the question about non-contiguous parcels, that's one parcel. There's another non-contiguous parcel right next to Interstate 5.
8 miles.
That's not included on your map.
Okay.
Then it's not eligible, and we can talk at it. We can talk at a break about why that is. But if it's not on our map, then it's not currently eligible. And so for everybody, if you, again, we'll talk later about the waiver process, there may be a good reason, and you may meet the waiver standard for having a different shapefile than what we show. But the easiest way to show eligibility, you're going to learn in the application presentation later, is we provide you this shapefile, and you can download this shapefile and use that as part of your application. And it is prima facie evidence that it's eligible land because it's in our map as eligible, because we got this information from census. We'll talk more about that this afternoon, but if there's something that you think should be on the map that's not, let's please talk at a break, because that means, it probably means it's off reservation and you have a specific instance. And so I imagine several of you will have specific instances, and we're glad to talk about that offline.
Okay. And continuing now, we've put layers on the map that will indicate what the aggregate coverage is that of the existing licensees, of what they've been assigned. In general, existing licensees have a 35-mile contour based at a base station that indicates the area they're assigned to operate within that license for that particular channel. Okay. What we have here for channel 1, and as an example for Chehalis, all we have to do is click on channel 1, and we'll zoom out. As you can see, somewhere around in this area, there's a base station we've generated a 35-mile contour, and that's what the licensees are operating or have a assignment in for that particular channel. Channel 1, channel 2, and channel 3. Nothing for channel 3, strictly over Chehalis. But for each channel, what you can do is you can go now here and start identifying the specifics. The color coding here will indicate the amount of spectrum that has been assigned in that particular area. We can click on that. The first information we get is just the reservation, but as we cycle through the records that we just clicked through, we can see the specific licensees that are operating there. Okay, this is Seattle, University of Seattle, and they have 16.5 megahertz in channel 1 that they're operating on. Specific licensing information we don't have right away on this. What you can do for Seattle, University of Seattle, you can click on, I'm not sure if this is going to go to, you can click on that link, and it will bring you directly to that licensee's website, or the ULS licensing page.
And Melvin, this goes to a question. Very early on, I think we were in Albuquerque, and Danae, you had the question about, can the map show us what licensees are there and how much they have? And that was in answer to that question. This is something that they built that allows you not only to see when you hover who the licensee is who has part of that spectrum, or if it's red, they have all of that channel group, but also lets you then click through and link back to ULS, which is what Melvin's showing you right now, to get all of the details, including, and this goes back to another question today, does this one show leases? So I can't see including a tab, if it's leased, it'll show you the leases. So we heard you, and we fixed it, and there you go. Thank you. You're welcome.
But within the ULS, you can access for that entire licensee all the information that we have on file for that particular license. Okay. Okay. And getting back to the map again, that was only the first licensee that we found there. As I said before, you can cycle through, and you'll see more information on who else is operating there, or on what channel. In this case, all 3 records here that we found were Seattle. University of Seattle operates there on channel 1. Okay? So getting to the application itself, when you're ready to file an application, for channel 1, there is available spectrum. Okay? You still need the engineers or your technical staff to go in and find out, using the ULS licensing information, to see if it's feasible for whatever you want to do there. Okay? But the information is very readily available to you through ULS. But for check marking channel 1 on your application, that's the indicator that will let you know that you can do that. Okay?
Hey, Melvin, we have a question. When you see the 16.5 gigahertz is used, it says, is that what's used by all licensees in that channel group or by that one licensee? And I think the answer is, it shows you that of that, what is that channel group 1? So it's 49.5 or 50.5. Of that 50.5, 16.5 is used by all licensees. But then if I click through into ULS, it'll show me how much each of those licensees has, right?
Yes.
Or is it the 16.5 megahertz is showing that one particular licensee?
It's the aggregate.
I think the confusing thing here is it's the aggregate, but there's only one licensee, so it's also the answer to,
If it is.
it's what that licensee has, but since there's no other licensee, it's the aggregate. But if for example, it said 30.5 gigahertz, and when you clicked on this one, it said 16.5, then someone else has, it will show you all of the licensees in that channel that have spectrum, and then the color coding, like really light yellow is good, that means things are available, and red is bad. Red means that all of it's gone. There's that question.
Okay. So we've determined you can checkbox, I'm sorry, is there another question?
Yeah.
So, quick question on the map. So this is obviously showing us what's licensed, but what may not be in operation. Is that correct? These folks maybe have the license, they're holding it, but they haven't put in any of the infrastructure to get it functioning.
It does not show what is in operation, because keep in mind that in 2.5, what you have a priority window to obtain is unlicensed spectrum. Now, to your point, and we were out in New Mexico and talked to some of the Pueblos who identified a licensee, it was the college, the university, a licensee who had licensed the spectrum, but then they knew that they had not deployed, and so they were able to approach that licensee on a secondary market basis to work out, and there is an opportunity. If you see that it's licensed, but you know it's not deployed, then you have the opportunity to reach out to that licensee. But what you don't have the opportunity to do is to apply for a license, because 2.5 is not making available all unused spectrum, just unlicensed spectrum. And the map doesn't have, again, it's not an engineering study. It's not going to show you, just because there's a red circle doesn't mean that there is active deployment or they're utilizing, that there's a signal throughout that P35. It's just showing you licensing information. Melvin, did I get that right?
Yes, yes.
Is there another tool that does show active deployment
No.
that's out there? Okay.
Well, we do not currently have a tool showing active deployment, because keep in mind the substantial service requirements and the service showings. You can go into ULS and see what's been filed, but we don't have a detailed engineering study, because that's not the way historically those incumbent licenses were required to come in and show service. Just like when you come in to show your build-out, that you've met your build-out requirement, you're going to show that you're serving, you're going to file enough documents to show you're serving, your population, but that doesn't mean I can assume that you've got signal everywhere you've got license. That's just not the way it's tracked. John, did I screw that up too badly, or?
The other point I would make is, historically in these services, the build-out showing for the incumbent licenses was at a specific point in time, specifically in 2011. So it doesn't necessarily translate to what was up in 2011 is not necessarily up and running at this point in time.
The ULS, however, if you search there, you can see when the license was issued, when the construction permit was issued, and when it became operational. So if you see the license issued, construction permit issued, and it shows non-operational, then you know that you have an opportunity to go out and speak to those folks.
Absolutely. We wanted to make sure that we linked you to as much information as we have on file to give you as much information as you can to see where those opportunities are. Even though you can't apply for the license, you absolutely can contact that licensee, particularly if you see that they're not operational in your area. And we've heard some good stories about some really good cooperative efforts in that regard out of our recent trip to New Mexico. And so don't assume just because something is got a big red circle over it that there are no opportunities. We give you the information so that you can decide for yourself like who the licensee is, whether or not they're operational, and contacting that licensee.
Hi, my name's Anthony, excuse me, from the Seneca Nation in Western New York.
Hey, can you use the microphone, Anthony?
Sure. So I guess in that case where you do have an incumbent that has a license, but they're not providing service, will there be any build-out requirements, I guess, similar to like what the nations would be held to if they didn't build out in 5 years or something like that, where then those licenses would be available again to the tribes or nations?
Do you want to take that, or you want me to?
Sure,
John?
I'll take it. The new build-out requirements that were just adopted do not apply to incumbent licenses. There was a prior set of build-out requirements that did apply to those existing licenses, and they were met with respect to those existing licenses, but the new build-out requirements going forward, those just apply to new licenses that will be issued, not only ones in the tribal priority window, but also in the subsequent commercial auction.
So there will be build-out requirements on new licenses in the auction. And we also got a question in that says, can we, quote, make a deal? Did I say Monty Hall earlier? I got us going down this path. With a licensee to use their licensed spectrum. And the answer is absolutely. Secondary market transactions happen all the time. And that's certainly one of the options for obtaining use of spectrum that's already been licensed is to either lease or somehow negotiate with that license holder. Yes, sir. Microphone here, please. Oh, you've got it. Okay.
Hi, this one's for John. John, what are the continuity of service requirements for incumbent EBS licensees as we enter the era of free assignability of these? I know the Commission is applying the general WLS standards for renewal and discontinuance of service, but if an incumbent met their safe harbor in 2011 and are maintaining that, are they good going into the free market?
Generally speaking, yes. I mean, as you said, there will be a discontinuance of service rule that will apply to the incumbent licenses, and I want to say, I think if there's no operation for, I think, 180 days continuously, then the license is subject to forfeiture. Eventually, there will be a renewal standard that will apply to the incumbent licensees, but that will be met based on the old, if they meet the old substantial service standard, not the new build-out requirements.
Great,
will be
thanks.
in compliance with the renewal standard.
Very well, thank you.
A couple of questions. Sorry to keep interrupting. Rob writes, do you have any estimates of what it would cost to operate and maintain the 2.5 gigahertz broadband system after build? Rob, stay tuned. We're going to talk about that this afternoon. Some of the recent case studies and what it costs to put up a 2.5 LTE, a point-to-multipoint or mobile network. But stay tuned. We'll talk about that later. And you also asked about grants and loans that can be applied for. Keep in mind that not to be too cute by half, because are you aware of grants and or loans that can be applied for to contribute to build-out costs? Yes. But there are myriad ways to look at funding. Funding is not a topic we're going to cover today, but keep in mind that whether you are a Lifeline provider and you qualify for USF funding, whether you're working with USDA under the Reconnects program, whether you're working under one of the various RUS loans. There are a number of funding mechanisms, but most importantly, what we're going to talk about today is how to get the spectrum, and then a little bit about some early cases of what it cost to put up an LTE network. But we're not going to get into details on funding today, I'm sorry. But that is something that we can point you to. We are not, FCC does not have grant authority. We are not a grant authority agency. We do have the Universal Service Fund. There are some limitations to how you access some of that funding. Again, the earlier question about the Rural Digital Opportunities Fund, which is an ongoing proceeding, which I don't have the answers today. If I did have the answers, I probably couldn't tell you, but I don't have the answers. But we will continue to update our website and the information for tribes to give you resources to go to explore those things. But keep in mind, we do not have grant authority. And we also cannot do your engineering for you. I have good engineers, but they can't design your network for you. But we will talk this afternoon about what some tribes have done, what some nonprofits are out there doing to help, and hopefully that will give you a start on some ideas of the costs are a lot lower now than they were 5 years ago. I'll go ahead and preview that we had one tribe put up a base station. I think their total cost were just a few $1,000s. On the high end, one tribe's cost, and this was doing it a year or two ago, were like $11,000, $12,000, and that's for the base station. They use an existing tower, and that's not counting backhaul. And we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail this afternoon, so stay tuned. Sorry to sidetrack, but we did say we would answer all questions. I'm going to try to do my best. Go ahead, Melvin, I'm sorry. We have another one.
So just an observation and then a question. On the mapping tool, the federal census publishes every 10 years, usually 2 years before the actual census occurs, in the Federal Register, the explanation of Alaska Native areas. That is similar to, they do that because their usual terms of American Indian Reservation, the AIR, and tribally designated statistical areas, the maps that depict where tribes are, is not applicable to Alaska because there's just one reservation, one AIR in the state Metlakatla. So the ANA is published. I just want to point out on that Federal Register publication, they do point out that there's 3 entities that are not considered the equivalent of AIRs and TDSAs, which is Alaska Native Village Statistical Areas, ANVSAs, and that's Inupiat Community of North Slope, Central Council of Klinkonhaida Tribes of Alaska, and Metlakatla. So Metlakatla is depicted in their mapping tool, in your mapping tool, because the census depicts Metlakatla as an AIR. Inupiat Community and Central Council are not on your mapping tool because we're not a ANVSA, but we are tribes, federally recognized tribes, and therefore we should be eligible. And I think I've discussed this with the tribal party window folks in the past. My question is for license holders, current incumbent license holders, where we are in discussion with some that are willing to either assign their license to a tribe where they have a license over a tribal area, but it's unused, and they would be willing to assign it to the tribe or license it to the tribe or some mechanism for them to provide it for tribal use. Is that going to be considered eligible for the application process in the tribal party window, or would that be separately handled separately?
Well, it's separate, but if you're talking to a current licensee about either assignment of their license or partitioning and getting part of their license or leasing their spectrum, that's separate from the priority window. I mean, that's a separate process. I mean, you could be talking to them about that independent of the priority window. So, I mean, I think it's a separate process, John, right?
Right, and it's something, you don't have to do that, you're not limited to doing that during the travel priority window. That there are filing requirements involved in that, which, you know, we can help you with if you want more detail about that, but that's something that can happen at any time.
Well, and to that point, it can happen at any time, but the priority window, the application for unlicensed spectrum can only happen between February 3rd and August 3rd, right? So it can only happen in this window. We've had a lot of questions like, well, after the window, will there be, no. If we don't file in the window, no. It can only happen in the window. So that's my way of saying we've kind of gone a little far afield. Let's let Melvin get back to the mapping tool. Let's walk through the mapping tool and show you the data layers, how you navigate the tool. Let's get back on track for what we were doing, and we can talk offline if you want to.
Okay, so getting back to GHz, Channel 1, the application, you can check that as applying for during the tribal window. For Channel 2, it's pretty much the same thing. You can see the licensees, but there is available spectrum that is not assigned in there. Channel 3, there's nobody out there in that area. So the entire band for Channel 3 is available. Okay. So again, we've just determined that what you can check on the application, you need your engineers or your technical staff to determine what is feasible for what you want to do, using the ULS to find out the technical parameters that other people are using in there for whatever specific channels there that are available to you. Okay. So what the next step is now is that in order to file your application, you're going to need this shapefile. If this is the area that you want to file under for, we've already filtered out this shapefile to exclude any land that is not eligible, that is not rural, that is not.
Can you take us to Isleta and show what it looked like? I'm just thinking off the top of my head, Isleta Pueblo is a pueblo that has some urban area, and that will show you, it's ISLETA, Isleta. And then after we do Isleta, we might hop to one that has non-contiguous, because it'll show you that the shapefile for a non-contiguous tribal land will be those, if it's 2 or 3 non-contiguous areas, that's the shapefile that you would download and upload. Here's Isleta.
Isleta, red is not good, but there is available spectrum in this portion of the tribal land for Channel 1.
So they could still apply for Channel 1. What they would get would be the right, once they get their license, they could start operating in that sliver where there's nobody, and they have an overlay license such that if that other licensee goes away, they get it, or if they want to approach that licensee and say, hey, you're not operational down here, let's talk.
Okay. For Channel 2, it's pretty much the same thing there. For Channel 3, the same. Okay.
We have a question over here.
The overlay for the Isleta folks, would that be just for the channel group that's available, or would they get it for all 3 channel groups? I'm not sure.
You only get a license and overlay license for channel groups for which you apply. You can only apply for a channel group if there is something available. So in this case, presumably Isleta would check 1, 2, and 3 because there's something available on all 3 channel groups. And they would get a license to that portion out west, and then they would get an overlay license for the rest of it, which means they can't operate today, but if that licensee ever goes away or that license is canceled, then they would get it.
And a takeaway right away off of this map is the adjacent tribal lands. It seems like it's open. So they should be applying for 3 channels for these adjacent lands.
Well, and there's a good example of checkerboard. Why don't we, yeah, there you go. So, which,
Laguna?
Laguna, oh, yes, Laguna. Okay, so if Laguna downloaded the shapefile of eligible area, then they would get a license over, well, they wouldn't get that little red part out to the east, because that's taken. But they would get a license over just their tribal lands, which, as you see if you scroll in, which means there are a whole lot of non-tribal lands and little blocks. How do you design a network, right? RF doesn't know to go to this block and not that block. And so this is a perfect example of an applicant who may want to file a waiver. And instead of just downloading our shapefile, they may want to draw a shapefile that covers all of that checkerboard area and the waiver petition, and we'll talk about the standard later today, but they'd have to show good cause why we should allow them to apply for all of that and not just the tribal blocks, but also the non-tribal blocks because they're interspersed in it. Now, let me point out there's a non-tribal big piece in the middle. Does that belong to any other pueblo?
No.
Okay, so unlike Laguna, let's talk about like Hopi and Navajo, where you've got a tribal land and you've got another tribe's tribal land right in the middle, the donut hole. So if you download your shapefile, you only get the license over your own tribal land. They would get the license over their tribal land. We'll be talking later this afternoon about how you might want to work together because it's really hard to design a network to just serve the donut, not the donut hole. So we'll talk about that this afternoon, Chair.
In the back.
Question in the back?
Hi, quick question. I'm Stephanie Henning from Department of the Interior. I'm just curious, what's the potential risk for the application? So you submitted an application with a waiver request to cover the checkerboarding, and if for whatever reason FCC decides to not approve the waiver, is the entire application denied and at risk, or do they still get the license over the part that didn't need a waiver?
So there are 2 ways to file. John, don't let me do all the talking, jump anytime. 2 ways to file. You can file like one shapefile with a waiver saying, I want all of this, and here's why I should get this non-tribal land. And so we would have to look at the waiver petition as part of your application, so it's going to take longer. At the end of the day, though, the risk is if we say no, we're going to work with you. You cannot amend after the window closes to add anything, but we can dial it back to just your eligible area. The other way to file that waiver would be to file your shapefile of what you know is eligible, because you think that might get processed more quickly, and then a waiver with a shapefile showing what you want to add. Now, if you do it that way, I don't know that it speeds things up. It is a way to do it, but keep in mind then you get 2 licenses with 2 build-out requirements, and then you'd be coming to us saying, well, now that I've gotten the little checkerboards, I want to aggregate. My personal opinion, it's just my personal opinion, I don't know if John, Nadia, if y'all agree, is that we'd rather see one whole shapefile, like you draw your own shapefile and say, and you have to submit a waiver with the application. Don't let the window close with no waiver. But the risk is that we would dial it back to what you are eligible for. You don't run the risk of losing everything just because you asked for a waiver to incorporate the checkerboard. I mean, John, is that how we're going to treat that, or did I just make that up?
I think in this particular instance where you have a really interspersed checkerboard, my personal view would be better off with one applicant, because you really want one, you don't want separate licenses that are that intertwined. One thing an applicant might consider is if, a statement in their application that seeking the waiver, but if they deny the waiver, they would want a license for the area that is not subject to a waiver. We could might be able to do what's called a partial grant in that situation.
Yeah, do let us know that even if I don't get the waiver, I still want what I'm eligible for so that we can dial it back so you don't have that risk. Thank you.
Dana?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the shapefiles, my name's Danae Wilson. On the shapefiles that we're submitting, this is a census year. A lot of tribes are doing their census now, and they're pulling their census data together. So we'll be submitting that, all of that census data, not just federally, but through our states to ensure. So in the case of Chehalis or any other area where tribal lands aren't, we have some tribes in California who are in the same situation where their tribal lands aren't listed currently. That may be because since 2011 they purchased significant blocks of land that will be in the next census. If they're able to submit that data and show that in that shapefile that is now tribal land,
They would still need to do it as a waiver. Keep in mind that our window opens February 3rd, it closes August 3rd. The census data we have is the census data we have. But certainly, as part of meeting the waiver standard, it's a pretty good story to tell if you're actually seeking a waiver because this land should and will be part of your reservation. I can't tell you that, I can't guarantee we'll grant every waiver, but I can say that you would need to file that as a waiver. Any deviation from the eligible area as we have the shapefiles for, any application for anything other than that, anything in addition to that, you can certainly come in and say, I only want part of my eligible land. You can do that because you get to define your own service area, but anything for anything extra must be accompanied by a waiver, and we will show you this afternoon how you upload that waiver as part of the application process.
Following up on that, our file for the reservation tribal land is based on Census 2019, the American Indian Alaska Native Village Statistical Area Hawaiian Homeland file. So if it was included, whatever changes, if it was included by that filing for 2019, it's in there now. But if there are changes, then certainly you'll have to.
Yeah, but keep in mind that once we grant a license, I don't want, this is not a thing that changes every year. Like, you get a license for this spectrum over your rural tribal land, everything else goes to auction. It's not like next year or 5 years from now or 10 years from now, if your reservation looks different. This is not a dynamic thing. The license is granted at a point in time, and that is the shapefile.
I understand that. Some of the issues will come, though, when tribes do purchase land, and in this next census, some of that land is pending at Bureau of Indian Affairs for inclusion into protected lands or being listed as tribal land. And so they're waiting for approval from Bureau of Indian Affairs to have that included as part of their reservation lands. So it'll be included as part of their new data set, their shapefile. Whether it's considered or not is another discussion, but it can be included at least in terms of sending you updated data.
No, I don't want you to think that sending us updated data somehow changes. It is relevant to the extent that you want it considered, you want to apply for spectrum over something other than your identified rural tribal land, then it needs to come in as a waiver. And the fact that you're waiting on a determination, all the things you filed there, that can be part of your waiver application, but we can't, I don't know if you ever heard the guy gets on a bus and he says, can you tell me how to get to blah, 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 and the guy goes, yeah, watch me and get off one stop before I do. I can't do that here. I can't say, okay, well, whatever comes out in the next census, well, I can't do that. I can't get off one stop before you do. You'll have to file it as part of the waiver process, and we will consider that on a case-by-case basis. Anything to add, John, to that?
None on that.
Okay.
So then it seems apparent that for a tribe that doesn't have an AIR or TDSA listed, or an ANVSA in Alaska, then that would follow the waiver process. that,
I think so, but again, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. Let's let Melvin get back to the map, and I'm glad to talk to you on a break, because I'm not sure I'm understanding your specific question. But I think the answer is yes, it would require a waiver, but I'd really like to look at your specific instance and answer your question more thoroughly. And let's please do that on a break. We've got a lot of people here. We've got a lot to get through in the next 15 minutes. And so the very first thing I'm going to do when we break at noon, after I tell everybody where to go get your lunch, is you and I are going to meet.
Okay.
Fair enough? Okay, so, no, please, we're moving on. Yes, John? Yeah, and John, staff will meet with you on the break. So,
well, I just want to establish a premise here that you can address.
I'm sorry, please. If we all did this, we would be here for 2 or 3 days, and we wouldn't get to all the information we need. I've offered to make our staff available to you at noon, you and only you, and I promise we will meet with you as long as you want to over lunch. Cecilia, heads up, we might have to order pizza because John and I might be a little busy at lunch, but we'll get there. Okay, Melvin, please go ahead.
All right. The big takeaway here is that if you see red over the entirety of your tribal land, there's nothing available for Channel 1 or the respective channel, okay? But if there's any other color there, you can apply for that channel, okay? That's the big takeaway. Again, as Dana stated, the shapefiles that we have on this, those are the formal shapefiles that we use to determine when we if we issue a license. That will be the area. Any deviation from that will require a waiver request, okay? To get these shapefiles, you can click down on this link. This is going to take you to a box site that's FCC run, it's secure and everything else, that you will be able to download the shapefile that you're viewing on there for your particular tribal land, okay? The individual ones that are available here, as well as, and I had the question concerning downloading individual shapefiles. If you just click down download, it will download the entire data set, all files, okay? Otherwise, you can click on individual ones for the one you are interested in.
Now, Melvin just talked about where you can go to download your shapefile. You're going to hear in the application process presentation this afternoon where you upload those. But Chris is working on something for us that might be available in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Chris, you want to tell him what cool, snazzy thing you're working on?
You're surprising me. I'm not too sure.
There's the map. There's the shapefile upload.
Oh, the shapefile upload. So that's coming up in the afternoon process.
Oh,
as
okay.
far as
I'm
uploading.
getting ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
But right now, when we first open the window, you'll need to go to where Melvin told you and download your shapefile, and then you'll upload it in the application process. Coming soon, we are working on the ability, rather than have to go and find your file and upload it, we're working on the ability, if you just have a straightforward application, you're going with our shapefile, unmodified, no waiver, that you'll be able to click and it will upload itself as part of the process. That's not ready yet, but we're working on it.
And just to repeat, again, you can download individual layers right here, or just click download and it will give all of the layers in one file for you, okay? The only thing I really wanted to add here is that I wanted to make sure that everyone's clear on what we exclude as far as the urban part of the definition of rural. What we want to do is we also included the urban areas of 50,000 or greater. When we analyze the tribal reservations, we are excluding any area that is part of an urban area or urban cluster of 50,000 or more. And that's excluded from the shapefile, okay?
Yeah,
so be aware of that.
And Melvin, just for those of you who have been part of the recon process, yes, we are aware that there is a pending recon petition asking that we make the urban area also eligible. But while that's pending, unless and until there's a different decision, anyone wanting to apply over the urban portion of their tribal land would need to file a waiver, because right now our rules say that urban is excluded. But yes, we're aware that there's a pending recompetition, and I don't have any, as my papa would say, I ain't got nothing to say about that today, but we realize that's pending.
In addition, any of the urban area that we have identified as ineligible, we've mapped it. This is the blue hash mark. That's part of an urban area, urban cluster of 50,000 or more that was within a tribal land, okay?
Can you click on channel groups 1, 2, and 3? One thing to point out, though, is in most instances, in the urban areas, most of that
It's red.
2.5 has been licensed. So, have a question from home?
We have a question, and this is from Luke. It's what type of file is the shapefile when it is downloaded? These are ESRI shapefiles, zipped shapefiles. And you can use ESRI products, or there are some open source. QGIS is available. MapInfo can work with these shapefiles. Just basically any GIS program can open a shapefile. Okay, I think that was it, unless there's someone who wants to see.
I have a quick question. If I draw my own shapefile because I want a waiver, what file formats, am I limited to certain file formats in the shapefiles that you can accept as part of the application process? Or is that a question for this afternoon?
Could be a question for this afternoon, but answer it either way.
This afternoon, but with that, what we can do, though, is we can help you with your shapefile submission. We're available. If you send an email asking for assistance, we're going to do whatever we can to help you make a successful submission.
That's what I was fishing for. I was fishing for, if you have problems, if you have questions, now, you don't want me to help you with your shapefile, trust me on that, but these experts will help you with your shapefile or help answer questions.
Chris will.
Chris.
Will the shape files, especially the ones under the waivers, be available weekly through the application ULS?
I'm sorry, say that again?
We'd love to be able to cross-compare the shape files being uploaded to see if there might be any sort of mutually exclusive applications. And I'm wondering if they will be available weekly like a lot of the other application information.
Okay, so first of all, the applications will not be legally accepted for filing until the end of the window for a lot of reasons. But that said, we will be making available what has been applied for. I don't know if we do that. Diane, weekly batch, is that a weekly thing? But
No, once it's submitted, the next day, it can be, that shapefile can be downloaded and viewable
Okay.
in ULS.
Next day, it's available the next day in ULS, and that's for those of you who know how to go into ULS and find it. And then I'm not promising anything because Chris's family is going to start hating me if I keep asking him to do all these wonderful things nights and weekends and working. But one thing that we are going to work on too is making that part of the mapping tool so you can go in and see what has been applied for. I can't promise that, but now that I've said it out loud and Chris is sitting here beside me, I know he's going to make that happen. But for those of you who know how to go into ULS, the next day you can go in and download that shapefile for your own comparison purposes.
Excellent. And we can help.
Any other questions on mapping? Yes, sir.
Yes, mine's kind of a...
Use the microphone, please, so everybody can hear you.
So what we're looking up there on what's existing are all circles, and these shape files are anything but circles. So what do you do with the overlap? Because I assume that the shape file is going to be turned into a circle, or
No.
am I wrong?
No, the shapefile will not be turned into a circle. You get to define your service area. So if you want your entire shapefile, that's your service area, but you only get the license to serve within that area. And this gets to something we're going to talk about this afternoon. That doesn't mean that it's easy to design a network that only serves those little crooks and crannies, right? And so it's going to be important that as you look at what you're going to apply for, as you look at who your next door neighbor is, let's say I'm a Pueblo, Chris is a Pueblo, we've got a border between us. RF doesn't see that line on the map, right? So I might want to be talking to him about, because I might want a base station close to that line, maybe I serve into hit. But those types of network engineering questions are very different from what the license entitles you to. The license in the tribal priority window allows you to apply for spectrum over your rural tribal land up to and including all of your rural tribal land. Now, you may come in and say, I just want a circle, I'm going to serve this village, and you get to define your service area. It will not be turned into a circle. It will not be changed. That is your license area up to and including all of your eligible land.
The technical rules for this band have certain requirements, particularly with respect to operating near the borders. I'm not going to bore everyone with all the details of that, but our rules do sort of anticipate some of these situations that can come up.
But how you operate at the border does not change the fact that you can only apply for a license of unlicensed spectrum over your rural tribal land. And so whatever your shapefile looks like, that's the limit of your eligible land. Yes, sir.
Is the general principle that you'll have to protect incumbents as you build out your network?
Well, when we say protect incumbents, keep in mind, this is not like 3.5 where you can operate where the spectrum has already been licensed. You don't have a license to operate on those channels.
Right.
And you may not cause interference to that incumbent.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
That's the overlay quality to it. You can't operate on their assigned channels.
Well, the overlay is independent. The overlay is just something that might happen in the future.
Okay.
Independent of the overlay, if there's a big red circle that covers half of my tribal land and I get that spectrum, that say it's channel group 1, I can operate where no one else is licensed.
Right.
But where someone else is licensed, as a general rule, I can't operate at all. Now, there are some rules specific to this band that talk about, well, what about right at the edge? And not to get too deep into that, still, your premise is correct. You may not cause interference to an incumbent.
Yeah, you have to protect their circle as you design your network.
There's one, a limit of how much power you can put out at the border, and two, there's also certain restrictions on putting base stations too high up near the border of your service area.
So as a general rule, yes, you have to protect their circle, but there are some specific rules having to do with power limits at the edge where they're not operating in their full circle, but that's getting way down in the weeds, so.
Yeah, but by the way, also pointing out that it works both, that the technical rules work both ways too,
Right.
So they have certain obligations to you also.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah,
Sorry to
yeah, because when you say incumbents, you're going to get a license, and where you have a license, you're protected. That's the whole point of the license.
Got it, thanks.
Okay, so almost time for lunch. If you would like to go down to our Capitol Cafe, world famous Capitol Cafe, Sue Mort will help you get in and out of security. If you want to go out our front, let me tell you, if you go out the front door and you go to the left, right up the sidewalk is a little cafe called 12. Right around the corner, there's both a pizza place and a Potbelly's. If instead you go to the next corner and turn right, you have to walk a little ways to L'Enfant Plaza, which has a bunch of stuff. If you're adventurous and you go out our front door and want to walk right, be careful how you cross the streets. They will run over you here, but there's the wharf down there. Has a number of really nice choices, including some grab and go. We will stay in the room. We will go grab and go and come back and make ourselves available. First, we're going to meet with Mr. Micklin, and then we will start promptly at 1:30. Everybody, it is now almost 12. We'll be back in an hour and a half. Thank you. Okay, if we can Hey, keep it down over there. No, I'm just kidding, Chris. I'm just kidding. While we're all coming back to the table, this morning we had a slide, and we've been a little crazy, hectic, busy is an understatement, and some of our folks were not on our thank you slide. And we had, I don't know if you noticed, we love ONAP, and your boss got to thank you by name because there are only a few of you, but our boss didn't because there are so many of us. So if y'all will indulge me, I do want to acknowledge our entire team so that you have names to go with faces and voices. These are the people who will be calling you back. You send us a email with a question, you will get a response. You ask us for help, you will get a response. And so these are the men and women who are passionate about tribal work in wireless. We've already acknowledged ONAP. They are passionate too. But first of all, I know Diane with our TSI division couldn't be here right now. I already introduced her folks, but let me introduce them again. The folks that make the magic happen from a systems development standpoint. Dorothy Stippelmeyer, wave your hand. Melvin Del Rosario, Chris Miller. Chris is Mr. Map. Does anybody else want to go, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map? Oh, anyway. We're going to switch. Is anybody else here from TSI? And then Jessica Hanoski, we acknowledged earlier. From our broadband division, the division chief is here. Somebody give Blaze a microphone so she can acknowledge and thank and tell you about her team.
So you've already heard from most of the people that actually have the substantive knowledge, but I'm going to start out with John Schabel, Deputy Chief of the Broadband Division, who has been working on 2.5 spectrum issues for longer than I can even recount, and has taught all of us on our team more than we, ever thought possible to know about 2.5. Nancy Zazek has also been working on 2.5 issues for a number of years, and Nadia Sotos Wallace. We won't say where she came to us from, but she has experience on the other side of the table with 2.5 spectrum.
There was a recent movie that said she came over from the dark side.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding.
We've converted her. Catherine Schrader, who you heard from this morning. Aaron Fitzgerald, who's sitting on the other side of Dana. And there are a couple folks who work out of our Gettysburg office who have been absolutely instrumental to this process, including Tim Hilfiger, who's one of our engineers who worked heavily with Melvin and Chris on doing some validation for the mapping. Cheryl Black, who is an analyst in our Gettysburg office, who is also an expert and has worked for years on 2.5 matters. And our recently retired and very lamented that he retired Deputy Chief Steve Benzo was also instrumental to this process. So thank you.
Thank you all. And in addition, in our front office, I know they were on the slide, Chaz Eberly, one of our legal advisors, Sean Spivey, one of our legal advisors. And I cannot say enough, I don't even know how to, there's always one person that in every group, and we've got several in our group, that when you need something, they go, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. And I am blessed to work with everyone that was just introduced, total professionals. I've never enjoyed working at the commission as much as I have on this initiative. But I would be remiss if I didn't say there is one person that it could be 2 o'clock in the morning, and I know if I call and need something, she'll be there. She keeps me grounded. She kept me from getting lost on the road, and she did a huge lift on the logistics for this today. It's our outreach. She's got lots of titles. She's a media specialist, outreach coordinator, mom of the bureau. She keeps us going. Cecilia Solhoff. Thank you, Cecilia. So I just wanted to, I could just go on and on about how great this team is. I just want you to know that the level of commitment and passion amongst these folks for what they are doing, not just in this initiative, but for years. I mean, these are the people who have been advocating for exactly what we're doing. And they're also the people that are going to be there to help you through this process. When they say we will help you, they mean it. So I just thank them now. I thank them in advance. I thank them for what I know will be very exciting February 3rd to August 3rd. And with that, we're going to start back off speaking about very exciting. You probably want to know something about our procedures and how this is going to work and who's eligible and what the rules are. And so I'm going to handle it over to Nadia and John, and they are going to walk us through. Did everybody get a copy of the procedures PN? There were copies on the back table. If you didn't, please go get one. Also, the instructions. And for those of you playing along at home, they are available on the website. I don't know that we have a URL, but literally if you just Google 2.5 tribal window procedures PN, it will probably pop up. And I shouldn't have said Google. If you search, whatever search term.
It's on the releases page.
fcc.gov/rural tribal window, and it is among the releases. So fcc.gov/rural tribal window, it's among the releases. So now that we've all got the document in front of us, Nadia and John, take it away.
Thank you, everyone, for being here this afternoon. To reinforce what Dana and everyone else has said, we want to make sure when you leave here today that all your questions are answered. So please don't hesitate. I want this to be as helpful as possible to you. So raise your hand, answer a question. If you're on remotely, send an email to the email box. You get questions. We want to make sure all the questions got answered. And don't hesitate to interrupt us in the middle of this.
And along those same lines, just throughout this process, as we get to the filing window from beginning to end, I would highly encourage you, if you have questions anywhere in the process after you leave today, get in touch with us sooner rather than later. We can provide much more assistance the earlier in the process we are. If we get to August 3rd and you have questions, we may not be able to answer them. But the earlier you get to us with your questions, the better answer we're going to be able to give you, and the better shape your application will be in. So, and we really want to get those applications in good shape. So
It's not only in your interest, it's in our interest too. Enlightened self-interest here. So basic information. The window opens February 3rd, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Closes August 3rd at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. We actually had a discussion about whether to try and keep it open late for some of the folks out west, but there were some logistical issues with that.
6 o'clock Eastern Time. I don't know whether we're saving daylight then or not, but whatever time the Eastern Seaboard is 6 o'clock.
It's on daylight time.
Daylight time. Okay, 6 o'clock p.m. Everybody, please write that down. Please, 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 particularly Alaska. What time is that in Alaska?
4 hours to the left. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So on the last day, the window will close at 2 o'clock Alaska time.
Or better yet, get your application in early and don't have to worry about it.
Ding, 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 ding.
Applications must be filed electronically using the Bureau's universal licensing system. And the next presentation will go into much greater detail on sort of the mechanics of filing and what you have to do. There used to be a mechanism where you could file applications on paper. That will not work here. You have to get into the system and use the system. Good news, no filing fee required. And if appropriate, you can file multiple applications for different areas. You hear a lot of reference to numbers. You basically have to worry about two forms here. Form 601 is the basic application that you use to apply for a license. And then the related Form 602 is an ownership form, which will have to be on file or filed as part of this process.
And those will be discussed this afternoon.
Yes. One of the questions we may get is, well, how much business or financial information do you need to provide as part of the application? The short answer is not much. I mean, the focus here is on demonstrating that you're eligible to hold and apply, when you hold the license. You don't have to prepare financial statements. This is not a grant application, so you don't have to provide us with a business plan. The way it works is we sort of test the bona fides on the back end. Do you meet your build-out showing? That's what's important to us at the end of the day. So with that, I will pass it on to Nadia to talk about some of the basic application issues.
So essentially, separate applications are required for separate tribal areas. There are some exceptions that we'll discuss. Separate licenses will be issued for each application, which will mean for each license that is issued, you'll have to make a separate construction or build-out showing when the time is right, and you'll also have to make separate renewal showings when the time is right. There are two major exceptions to the separate applications for separate tribal areas. So if the areas are contiguous, you can include those in one application. You can use one application for non-contiguous areas as long as all of those areas are eligible and part of the same reservation or tribal land. We do have, there is the, you can file as a consortium, which we'll also discuss in more detail. There are a couple of different definitions, I guess, of the consortium. One is if you want to file as an application consortium. There are some considerations that we'll discuss later. But if for a consortium, you can apply for multiple contiguous areas in one application. Okay. We're going to talk about each of the application requirements in more detail. But as a summary, so the main point of this application, a big part of what we're looking for is that we want each applicant to demonstrate to us that they are eligible to file in this window. And as we have made very clear, this window is open only for federally recognized tribes and Alaska Native villages on federally recognized reservation or village land. So the four major eligibility criteria that you're going to have to demonstrate to us that you meet, and you're going to have to demonstrate those in an exhibit that you will file as an attachment to your application, which will be discussed in the actual application process discussion. So the first one is the one I just mentioned. The applicant has to be a federally recognized tribe or Alaska Native village, a consortium of federally recognized tribes and Alaska Native villages, or an entity majority owned and controlled by a federally recognized tribe or Alaska Native village. And what that means is we are aware that there are a number of tribes that have corporate entities within them, such as they may provide their own telecommunication services, or they may have a corporate entity for some other purpose. As long as that entity is majority owned and controlled by the tribe, that entity would be eligible as well. The second eligibility factor is that the area being applied for is eligible tribal land, which is generally demonstrated by using our shapefiles. The area being applied for must be rural, and the applicant has to have a local presence on the tribal land. If you determine that you're going to file as part of a consortium, one risk factor to keep in mind is that every consortium member must individually and separately meet all four of these requirements. Otherwise, the consortium application essentially is no good and will be kicked out. So each consortium member must separately meet these four eligibility factors. Okay, let's get into the actual factors. So the first one is that you have to be an eligible entity. I know I've said this a bunch of times already, but it's important to remember that you have to be federally recognized tribe or Alaska Native village, a consortium of such tribes or villages, or an entity majority owned and controlled. For most tribal applicants, a statement in your exhibit saying that you are a BIA, federally recognized tribe or Alaska Native village is enough to demonstrate that you're eligible. If you are an entity majority owned and controlled, then in the exhibit, you're gonna have to describe to us what that is, what the relationship is between the entity and the tribe. Because we need to be able to see on the face of the application that that the entity applying is majority owned and controlled. Okay, non-eligible entities. So there are entities that are, by their definition, not eligible. The Alaska Native Regional Corporations are not eligible, and that is because they are not federally recognized tribes or Alaska Native villages. The Hawaiian...
And if I could speak
Yeah.
a little bit further, more specifically, while the regional corporations are owned by tribal members, they are not directly owned by the tribes themselves. So when you have the majority owned and controlled sort of provision, that has to be an entity that's majority owned and controlled by a tribe or consortium of tribes. Tribal members are not sufficient for eligibility purposes.
Another non-eligible entity would be the Hawaiian homesteads for the same reason. And then the third point here is one that John just mentioned. And then the state recognized tribes are also not eligible pursuant to this window.
So the second element is you have to be applying for eligible tribal lands. Generally speaking, what lands are eligible? Rural reservation lands, rural Alaska Native Village statistical areas, and the Alaska Regional Corporation lands. The rural Hawaiian homelands fit within the definition. And there's also a special provision, which we didn't put, former reservation lands in Oklahoma are also eligible lands to the extent they're rurals. I should point out in the procedures PN, we had a rather long convoluted URL to access the shapefiles. We now have a somewhat simplified, somewhat easier to remember URL for accessing those shapefiles. So that information's on the slide there.
Can I ask, anybody got any questions? Because one of the things that we got to be careful not to conflate or confuse is what lands are eligible versus what entities are eligible. So, because I saw a few faces go, like Alaska Native corporations aren't eligible, but their lands are. There's eligible land versus who the eligible entities are to apply.
And you have to have both.
And you have to have both, and you have to give us both in the eligibility exhibit as part of your application.
If y'all don't have any questions, I got one from our home audience. I'll toss this to y'all. If there's a federally recognized tribe that has the intent to apply for the remaining unused spectrum in their area, can another tribe also apply for that spectrum even if they don't have a reservation or claims to that area? I hope that isn't allowed, but needed to ask.
Well, generally speaking, the idea is, and we'll talk about this more when we get to local presence, is the fourth requirement that, you have to have a local presence in order to, on the land for which you're applying. And generally speaking, a tribe cannot have a local presence on somebody else's reservation land. So the short answer is that shouldn't be a concern. As we'll get into more detail shortly, there's a little more, particularly when you get into Alaska.
Well,
There's
and I
some
have an
quirks you have to
Alaska
deal with.
I have an Alaska question too. I'm going to hold it till we get to Alaska because Alaska's unique in that regard.
Yes.
Okay. So Rob from Alaska, stay tuned. We will get to your question.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to go back and revisit for a second the owned and controlled issue. I have enough gray hair and have practiced before the FCC long enough to know FCC has a very long history, somewhat convoluted, on what constitutes control. What is the, do you have any idea what the standard is that you're going to be reviewing these applications on? And is there going to be any sort of challenge process? So it's owned and controlled, not owned or controlled. I just like any more.
Not only that, it's majority owned and
Yes.
controlled.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have something where you have a limited partnership where, you have a passive investor who's not tribally affiliated owning 80% of the, we're not having any of that in the window here.
But are you going to get into the whole de jure versus de facto control issue?
I mean, hopefully it's going to be pretty straightforward in most instances, but, if there are situations where there are questions, that is a possibility here. And as you probably know, you've probably heard of the Intermountain Standard overall, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, that's sort of our basic touchstone
Yeah.
for, particularly de facto control issues.
Right.
But John, back to John's point about we hope it's fairly straightforward. Let me emphasize that if you are not talking to your tribal council, you need to be talking to your tribal council. Because if you're representing entities that are coming in, we're eligible because we've got 51% this, blah, 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 blah. Chances are, over your reservation, over your tribal lands, you've got more than one eligible entity, particularly if you've got other entities that are majority owned and controlled by your tribe. And we're going to talk about this a little later when we talk about some real-world examples and mutual exclusivity. But talk to your tribal council, because if you have multiple entities coming in for the same spectrum over the same tribal lands, then you've got more problems than just what we look at as owned and controlled. You've got mutual exclusivity problems, and so it gets really ugly really fast. So talk to your tribal council. It should be fairly straightforward. I think you'll find, and we'll talk about one of the lessons learned in one of our recent proof of concept cases, was that oftentimes the tribal council is better equipped and better positioned to be the lead applicant. But talk to your tribal council, work that out ahead of time.
And a word to the lawyers in the room, talk to your clients about this situation also, because you don't want to end up in a situation where, two pieces aren't working with each other and accidentally end up in a mutually exclusive situation, because that's in nobody's interest at the end of the day.
Right. Question over here, John?
Yep.
So for the tribes talking, if they do end up in a mutually exclusive situation, does that mean that they're going to go into a separate auction, or does that wait until the end where there would be a full public auction?
First, we're anticipating putting out, having a settlement period so that we can resolve the mutual exclusivity before we get to auction. But if we do end up getting to auction, those will be individual separate auctions for the mutually exclusive licenses, mutually exclusive applications.
But keep in mind, once you go into that auction, our prohibited communication rule attaches, and you won't be able to talk to each other at all about anything.
So, great conversation. I'm the general manager of Mohawk Networks. We are a tribally owned telecommunications company. I have two of my members of council here, as well as our legal counsel, and we're all sort of looking at each other going, okay, so is there a recommendation? Is there a recommendation on the controlling entity, on which entity would actually apply in that situation? So we are owned and managed by our parent company.
And the parent company is the tribe?
It's owned by the tribe.
Okay, so,
Section 17.
So, there's always who decides, and then there's who decides, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who decides sounds like it's your tribal council, right? Who's the boss at the end of the day?
Right. Our
Who
board.
decides at the end of the day?
At the end, I think council at this point.
Well,
So-
I mean, I'm asking because
Just looking
I
for
don't know your
recommendations
structure,
at this
but
point, opening this up, because I venture a guess to say I'm probably not the only person.
my recommendation
situation.
is you need to figure out who decides, and you need to be talking to who decides. And I don't presume to know I don't presume to know your tribal structure. We can't tell you that.
Right.
We can't advise you, but we can tell you that if you're not coordinating and talking already, you need to be talking to who decides. Now, in most instances, that's probably, I mean, from what I've heard, it's probably tribal council, but I don't know. But I can tell you that if your telco and your tribal council and your tribal school all come in and apply, then it's not gonna, it's gonna create mutual exclusivity, and then you're
Right.
gonna have to work it out, and if you can't work it out, it's gonna go to auction, and now somebody is having to
Right.
bid money for spectrum that was supposed to be free.
Right, we're not in that situation. I guess I'm asking if there's a recommendation, but what I'm hearing is not really. It's more, it's really more based on our interaction and our
And your
communication with our
needs,
tribe
right.
and our needs,
But,
right?
you know, just be aware that with respect to the auction for mutually exclusive applications, there's nothing we can do about that. That is statutorily mandated, so we have no wiggle room. We don't have the ability to deal with waivers or anything else. If the applications are mutually exclusive and a settlement is not worked out in the settlement window, we are statutorily required to put those applications to auction.
Right.
Yeah, we don't get to make the decision. We don't get to say, oh, well, it looks like your tribal council should be. We don't get to make that decision. It has to go to competitive bidding. So our recommendation is to communicate now and work it out now, and figure out who the lead applicant can be. You can have one applicant and still design networks. If all 117.5 megahertz are available, let's say your tribal council is the applicant, they could still then give channel 1 to the telco to work with, and channel 2. I mean, you can still divide up that spectrum to meet the needs of the various entities on your tribal lands, but we need to see one applicant.
Got it.
And another option would be, if you would prefer, is you could split the channels up or split the land up so that each of you apply for a specific piece of the spectrum. Like, you know, one of you applies for channel 1, one applies for channel 2, one applies for channel 3. Or you could split the reservation land up, so, you know, one of you gets this part, one of you gets this part, one of you gets this part. And that would avoid mutual exclusivity.
Thank you.
I have a question from Jeffrey into the email box. Are regional nonprofit consortiums in Alaska eligible, i.e. Tanana Chiefs Conference, Cook Inlet Tribal Council? Again, it depends on the specific structure, but the standard is it has to be majority owned and controlled by a tribe or a consortium of tribes, and, you know, ownership and control by tribal members in and of itself is not sufficient to comply with the eligibility criteria. So, not knowing the specific structure, I can't give a definitive answer on that, but at least have some concerns about that. Another question.
I thought we'd address that one
Yeah,
later.
yeah. So, okay, non-eligible tribal lands. And I know that we've gotten a number of questions about this.
Can we go back to the deck?
Yeah. Non-reservation lands are not eligible. Trust, fee, and other lands that do not also have a reservation designation are not eligible. And as we've discussed in earlier presentations, any application that is not limited to eligible rural tribal lands must be accompanied by a waiver request. third basic criteria is the area in question has to be rural, which is an urbanized area, urban cluster with a population equal to or greater than 50,000. The good news is if you're a tribe applying for tribal land and you use the FCC provided shapefiles, those shapefiles automatically exclude urban areas, and the shapefiles, you know, that's sort of the easiest way to apply. And again, if you want to file an application for a non-rural area, you have to include a waiver request with an appropriate justification. And as I think was mentioned earlier, we recognize that there is a petition for reconsideration pending in the rulemaking proceeding on the rural limitation, but right now we're talking about the rules as they currently exist.
Okay, so the fourth requirement is local presence. I'm going to guess we probably have a number of questions on that, but I'll start by laying out what we do have. So the applicant must demonstrate that it has local presence in each tribal land that it is applying for. To demonstrate local presence, we're going to assume that that tribes have local presence on their reservation lands. And that's easily described by telling us that, you know, you physically occupy the land, you have people that live there, there are businesses there. If you have local presence and you can easily demonstrate local presence on a smaller area, does not necessarily mean that you can demonstrate local presence on the larger area. And this becomes particularly relevant when we're talking about Alaska.
While we're talking about Alaska, perfect segue for this question.
And we have a couple questions too, but.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay. So if we're talking about, for instance, a telecom entity or another majority-owned and controlled entity that is applying, they can demonstrate local presence by demonstrating to us that they provide goods or have some kind of service that covers the land. So for a telecom entity, if they can show us that they are providing telecommunication services over the reservation lands, that would demonstrate to us local presence. One thing that's important to note, one tribe is not going to be able to demonstrate local presence on another tribe's reservation's land. The local presence demonstration is not quite, but more or less case by case. You're going to need to make the showing to us that you have local presence and essentially make the best case you can. So we do have some questions specifically on local presence. One question that we got is whether the land has to be owned by the particular tribal government, or can some of the land be owned by a willing native corporation. And I think we've already answered that. If it's a majority owned and controlled entity, then they are eligible.
We're talking about the land, though.
I think that's out.
So let's, in Alaska, and this is a similar question. I've looked at the map, Rob says, I've looked at the map and verified that land around a number of villages that make up a tribal consortia is eligible to apply. The question revolves around non-contiguous land. The land between the tribally owned villages site is owned by other entities. In this case, can the consortia apply for licenses for the 10 to 12 separate tribally owned village sites, which are about 38 miles apart from one another, despite the fact there are other landowners in between the tribal lands? And I'm going to add to it, or can they, if they're applying, can an Alaska Native village apply for land between the villages even though it's owned by someone else? It's kind of, did I say that all in one big mouthful? So basically, the difference between the lower 48, where you've got a pueblo and the tribal land is owned by the tribe, right? In Alaska, you've got Alaska Native villages, they're a statistical area. Then between the villages, that land is eligible, even though it may be owned by, it's not the ownership of the land that dictates.
That's right.
It's whether or not you can show a local presence. So like if I'm an Alaska Native village and I've got a statistical area, but I want to apply for some of the regional corporation land, I have to what? Show?
Local presence.
Local presence to do that. I think that answered that question?
No.
No. I like your candor. Like, no. Okay.
No, and the reason is based on what you said earlier, Alaska's been divided up into 12 geographic regions. That represents the NSCA Corps, the ANCs. And so that's the land. Well, in those 12 sections, you have the 229 federally recognized tribes in the state. So obviously, you have a lot of tribes that are in that area that then would be eligible to apply for that entire area. And so that's one of the...
No, not the entire area. No one tribe can automatically apply for the entire area. They have to show local presence in the area for which they apply. So like if I'm Kotzebue, right?
Correct.
I can't automatically apply for my entire regional corporation area, right?
I mean, we would probably presume local presence in their statistical area.
And then that could show, can show local presence in a broader area because I'm trying to serve that area. There are a number of ways, or I might even get together with the other 5 villages in the area and show that we're putting together a regional network and we want all of that. But just because I am an Alaska Native village doesn't mean that I automatically can show local presence in the entire regional corporation area. I can't necessarily.
Yeah, the fact that a Alaskan Native village is within one of the 12 regional corporation areas does not equate to local presence throughout that.
I think where we're stubbing our toe is the Alaska Native Corporation, the region, the land is eligible, but the corporation is not eligible to apply for that whole region. It's just not eligible. The eligible entities are the federally recognized tribes and the Alaska Native villages. And
But they
so-
have to demonstrate local presence.
But in order to apply, they have to come in and they have to show local presence over whatever they get to define. Remember, they get to define the area they want to serve. Doesn't require a waiver because all that area is eligible, but it does require local presence.
So Will, our conversation earlier this afternoon, the tribe is, the village is eligible, is federally recognized. The land itself is eligible land. It's a question of where can local presence be demonstrated, and that's sort of the area within which an application could be filed.
And if another entity who's not, if another entity who's not eligible in and of their own right, say a health consortium, is interested in a larger network, then it's incumbent upon them to work with the eligible entities, the Alaska Native villages and the federally recognized tribes, to figure out how you can work together so that the eligible entities can actually be the ones applying for the spectrum. Will, you had something to
So
say.
I took from our conversation that for an eligible entity, let's say Alaska Native tribe, you say or villages. Villages are tribes. It's not an or. That to do that, they would either provide a citation to the map already established as on the mapping tool, or if it extended beyond that, they would provide a shapefile or a reasonable description of that geographic area and assert that they are eligible, that this is the land that they want to serve, and local presence, and defend that in their application.
But you do have to have a shape file.
Right.
Which we can help you with if you want to.
Okay. And so, but just to clean up here, so is it, I'm assuming that because the eligibility is for the entity, a tribe, or a consortium of tribes, that there need be a declaration of authorization from that tribal government that authorizes the application and its representations?
Well, whoever's applying on behalf of the tribe will have to show that they're authorized to act on behalf of the tribe. But if it's the tribal government applying, I guess I don't understand
We
the question.
would not need a separate declaration.
The signature on the application.
The signature and whoever signs the application is making an implicit certification that they are authorized to submit the application.
So for a consortium, you need each eligible entity that's included within that consortium for multiple tribes to each provide their representation that they authorize their participation.
It would be whoever, we would only need one signature.
No, he's talking about if you have a consortium of tribes, then yes, you're going to have something that shows that each tribe, each member of the consortium is eligible, and each member of the consortium actually has agreed to be in the consortium.
Yes.
So the reason I'm bringing it up is, like for a Section 17 corporation, it's a federally chartered tribal corporation. It would not be uncommon to receive an application for that because in certain instances, NEPA is not triggered for a Section 17 corporation for tribal lands assigned to it, which would be an advantage in this type of project. But I would assume you would need a declaration from the tribal government, who is the whole owner of the Section 17 corporation, even though it has a different board, that authorizes the application and the representations that they are making the application on behalf of the tribe as the eligible entity.
Is that corporation majority owned and controlled by the tribe? So they have a separate board?
Wholly owned by the tribe. There are not individual owners. There's a single owner. It's often the instance that a Section 17 corporation would have a LLC chartered under tribal law, where that is often a member-managed corporation, meaning one owner, one manager.
So here's the wrinkle, and this will go to the mutual exclusivity that we talk about later. And the reason that there's a high risk of mutual exclusivity is our rules require that you be majority owned and controlled by the tribe, under the assumption that if you are wholly owned by the tribe, then the tribe is calling the shots, right? We don't have an additional requirement that you also have a tribal council proclamation that you're authorized to act on their behalf. So if your tribally owned corporation applies and they're really not coordinating well and your tribe applies, then you've got mutual exclusivity. We don't require that extra step.
But yeah, we assume that if a corporation submitting an application that it has the necessary legal authority to submit that application to us.
Now, if you end up in mutual exclusivity and your tribal council files with us saying that you were not authorized to act on their behalf and that you did so illegally, blah, 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 then we got a whole nother problem. But
So it's Diana Searle with the Knights Indian Tribe. So we're in Alaska, and I know the questions have been coming from the consortium perspective, but we're an IRA, and as we've been looking at this, we're looking at our area. And so we've been on the map, and it's been it's identified as Knights. There are no other tribal entities in that section of the map. And as any other tribe, we don't have a land base that was part of a reservation or given to us in that manner. We have land that we acquired. It doesn't cover that whole service area, but if I'm hearing you correctly, and I think I asked this back in October at one of the meetings, we have the ability for that area to apply for the whole area because we have a local presence in the area. We have members who live throughout the area, and there's nobody else competing with us. And so am I understanding you correctly that we are eligible to apply as an entity? That's not an
As a
issue.
federally recognized.
And that we have eligible land.
So if you meet the eligibility requirement as a federally recognized tribe, and the land for which you're applying is eligible.
Which most of it is in Alaska, unless you happen to be urban.
I can't answer in
I know.
abstract, but I'd be surprised if it's not. I mean, it's not, there's no urban area. Then you have to show local presence.
Right.
And this is where Alaska gets, I still say you need to be communicating. Is there any other tribal entity that might come in and try to show local presence in any part of what you're trying to show local presence in? But I hate to say yes, because I'm not looking at your actual application.
No, but
if it's an eligible federal tribe and the land is eligible and you show local presence over that land mass for which you are filing the application, then that should suffice.
Yeah, and sort of saying, look, we have tribal members who live throughout this area. We have other indicia of activity through that. That's the sort of thing we're looking for, you know, as a local presence demonstration.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to get a handle on local presence. You have a standalone separate reservation parcel, back to checkerboard. There are no residences because it's been designated for economic development. The tribe owns it, has businesses on it that the tribe owns, and operates at least partially with tribal members. Is that a local presence?
It's reservation land?
It's reservation.
Wait, is this the recognized reservation land, or is this the other end of the hot dog we were talking about? Come on,
Well,
I know you now,
This
come
is
on.
the other end of the hot dog, but I'm still trying to understand local presence.
So it's not recognized tribal land.
Okay, so that makes a difference.
It's not on your map
If
so
it's,
far.
if it's on our map and it's tribal land,
Yeah.
then we assume you have local presence on your own reservation
Yeah.
land.
Well, but we were talking about a waiver.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get knocked out of the waiver consideration if just having businesses and no residences on a parcel, on a reservation parcel, would not constitute local presence.
Let me tell you why I can't answer that here, because there's no clear, bright line. If you say, I only have businesses, no residences, well, if that is a parcel that businesses are all that are there, it's an economic development area, and your tribe is the only, y'all are the majority, maybe yes. But if you say, I don't have residents here, only businesses, and you're trying to seek a waiver for a 2 square mile area where you have some businesses, but it's downtown Phoenix, I keep picking on Phoenix, it's downtown Phoenix, I'll be like, yeah, and so we can't answer that in the abstract. There's no bright line that says local presence requires X number of residences or local, but you have to, again, on a waiver, and we'll talk more about this on the waiver standard, you have to tell your story and tell it as strongly as you can.
I have a question about, oh, go ahead.
Merrick, question too.
Yeah, I had a question. It was kind of answered there with the local presence explanation, but if Michael Humphrey, Tenant Chiefs, if we wanted to apply for the 2.5 to do a point-to-point link across some of our lands that are identified as eligible, but under the regional native corporation, I mean, there's no presence of any kind, and we would want to use the point-to-point to traverse as a backhaul. Is that something we could do? Does local presence necessarily mean residences? I didn't understand that from that.
It does not necessarily mean residences, and we'd have to look at that case and see what you're trying to traverse. Like if you're trying to get somebody else's land, like you're trying to traverse Kotzebue, and Kotzebue wants it themselves, I mean, so it would depend on the facts.
Sure.
But it doesn't necessarily mean residences. But you make a very important point. Do not assume you can do a point-to-point 2.5 link because you have a license at this end of the link and a license at this end of the link if you don't have the spectrum in between.
Mary?
Quick question. You said that if you're doing a consortium, in order that every member of the consortium has to meet all 4 of the eligibility requirements, right? And so if you have 2 tribes, for instance, that form a consortium and they are almost contiguous land masses or tribal areas, one of them is going to be, and you said one tribe can't get a license on another tribe's tribal land, but one of them is going to be local on one side, one of them is going to be local on the other side. Does that make the consortium not eligible because both of the tribes are not eligible locally?
No, we're not going to require that. What you need to show for a consortium is that each member of the consortium is individually eligible.
Okay.
So for the local presence requirement, we're not going to require that every member of the consortium meet local presence on every part of the eligible land, but somebody within the consortium needs to be eligible,
On each-
needs to show local presence for each one. And we actually had a question just along those lines, so.
I was just wanted to say one more thing. On some of these issues about authority and who's doing what and all that stuff, a lot of that will be handled in the ownership reports. Your ownership report will lay out who controls what and how decisions are made, and ultimately give you one individual that can sign your application for the licenses.
Very good point.
And that's a great segue to needing to wrap this up and go into the application process, which is coming up.
I have one more quick question, this one concerning Oklahoma. Could you please elaborate on the statement, non-reservation lands are not eligible, and how that applies to tribal lands in Oklahoma? As I mentioned very briefly, there's actually an exception. Former reservation lands in Oklahoma are eligible under the rule. One example we discussed, Cherokee Outlet in the northwest part of the state is actually falls within the definition of eligible lands under our rules, so.
Okay, can we get the slides
Slide.
back? No, we have another question.
I have a general question on the process from the WTBs. So the license are not going to be granted until after August 3rd at the completion of the tribal window. How long do you expect the process is going to take before you actually issue the license? That's one question.
We don't know. We don't know. It depends on how many waiver requests we get. It depends on how many mutually exclusive applications we get. There are so many factors going into that I'm not sure we can give you a reasonable.
One thing I will mention that all of these applications will have to go on public notice for 30 days. at some
And
point.
just a question or a comment. I would imagine you're not, that during the application process, because after August 3rd, there's no more dialogue, that there will be some indication that you have a flaw in your application, or some opportunity for dialogue between the applicant and the FCC? You're not going to wait until after it's all over?
If we can when we get back to the presentation, we will discuss that, but yes, generally, there will be an opportunity. We will reach out to applicants where there is something that can be fixed in the application and give them the opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
And Harold, we won't wait till August 3rd to do that.
Right.
I mean, we can't process applications till they all come in and the window closes, but we're going to be actively working throughout the window to try to eliminate problems, answer questions. If you have a problem with the process, if there's a problem with the system, there's going to be dialogue, and we will do that all throughout the window.
Okay, so getting back to the presentation, channel selection. This has been discussed before. Applicants can apply for 1, 2, or all 3 channels as long as there is some unassigned spectrum for each channel that which you apply. We will review those applications, so if you apply for something that there turns out not to be unassigned, that the entire channel group is covered, we will be in touch with you. That will have to be fixed on your application. Waiver requests.
Waiver requests. Waiver requests that will be if you're requesting a waiver of one of our rules, whether it's, land that ordinarily wouldn't be eligible or some other provision, you have to file a separate attachment to the application during the window justifying that window. We actually have a rule on how we consider waiver requests. You can, if you move to slide 14, you can read it there. To channel Dana here, what a good waiver request is about is tell us your story. Put all the facts in there. Give us the whole story. Tell us why, you have a unique or special circumstance, or why our rule doesn't fit your specific situation, and just give it your best shot and don't hold back in telling us information.
Let me say it one other way. We want to help you. Give us all the information you can to make it possible for us to do that.
And one thing, we can't sit and tell you here whether we're going to grant a specific waiver request. we don't know. We're going to have to look at all the facts and circumstances and probably make individual decisions on some of these. You know, we'll take a look at them. One thing I will emphasize, however, are waivers are not appropriate to obtain spectrum that's already licensed to someone. That's a pretty clear line the commission has already drawn, and we're not, you know, we're not touching that at the end of the day. So Nadia's now going to talk about the other form, Form 602, ownership.
I'll talk about this briefly. We are going to address it a little bit more later. So every applicant has to have an FCC Form 602 on file in order to have their license application granted. The Form 602 is the ownership disclosure form. It should be filed before the window closes. So if the applicant is a tribe or an Alaska Native village, the applicant should complete the main form and provide an exhibit to us that lists the name, address, and title of all members of the tribal council. However, if the applicant is a majority-owned and controlled entity, they are actually going to have to fill out more of the application. They should just follow the form instructions. We're going to require things like federally recognized businesses. We're going to require much more of the form because they are a corporate entity. If the applicant is a consortium, it should, on that exhibit listing the name, address, and title of the members, it should do that for each member of the consortium. And if you need specifics, if you want more specifics about what the ownership disclosure form requires, you can look at 1.2112 of our rules. And we'll also, you know, email questions to our email box if you have specific questions on that. Public notice. So I think this was mentioned earlier. As applications are filed in ULS, they will all become publicly available the next day, generally. After the window closes, the staff will review each application for completeness. As those applications are designated complete, they will go on an accepted for filing public notice. When that public notice comes out, there's a 30-day period within which petitions to deny can be filed. So let's say a tribe files and another tribe says that's their land. There may be a situation where we have a petition to deny filed. After the window closes, applicants will not become permitted to make major changes to their applications, which means you will not be permitted to add channels. If you didn't include those channels in the initial application, you will not be allowed to add them, and you will not be able to add land areas. However, you will be permitted to reduce the channels, reduce the land area. Yes, that's it. Sorry.
I'm going to talk about this in more detail, so I'm going to go through this pretty quickly.
Yeah, because we need to get on to the next
Yeah.
thing, so.
Mutually exclusive applications. Just don't.
We'll talk more about it later, just don't. So if, and thank you both very much. If I can get the next set of presenters to come up, and while they're coming up, we're going to go into how to file an application. Everybody pay rapt attention. You know, we're going to have screenshots. We're going to show you all the bells and whistles and buttons. So a question here about whether our presentations will be posted. Yes, versions of these presentations will be posted. We will make some modifications so that they make more sense out of context, but we will be making all of the substantive material that we presented today will be available on our website in coming days. There was another question back there.
Yeah, quick question on the 601. It's a quite flexible form. The question is, are there any portions of the 601 for this purpose that have to be certified by an engineer and specifically a CPE? So there is
No, in fact,
no
stay-
engineering certification requirement on the
Okay,
application.
so stay tuned, and these guys are getting ready, and this is a perfect segue. No, you don't have to have an engineer certify it. You don't have to file all your bank statements. You don't have to, no, none of that. If you're familiar with the 601, let me tell you what we've done. We've streamlined the process. We've pre-filled some things that we know will be the right answer for most tribes. We've put some text in there saying, however, if you're a corporation or if you're a common carrier, like you guys who are common carriers who do this all the time, you might have to answer some more questions, but your typical, straightforward tribal application where I want the spectrum over my rural tribal land, I'm going to use the shapefile of my tribal land, I'm going to check yes, yes, yes on channels 1, 2, and 3. We've tried to make this as straightforward and simple as possible. No engineering certifications, no bank statements, because all the accountability is on the back end when you have to show that you met your build-out requirements. That's a perfect segue into how to file for your tribal priority license. Go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dorothy Stiffelmeyer. I work in the tech division. We're going to quickly walk you through how to file these applications. As they mentioned in the previous presentations, this requires a Form 601, a Form 602. This should be relatively quick. To make sure we cover all the points, Aaron, I brought legal counsel with me to help, and Chris, who's our GIS expert, so they're going to do most of the heavy lifting.
Hey, Dottie, is this where I want to apologize to those of you. I said, oh, it's going to be so simple. You just tell me who you are, you answer some questions, and you're there, and you upload Shapefile, you're there. I forgot about the 602. But we made the 602 as simple as possible for tribes. If you're a corporation, you'll get over it. You know how to fill it out anyway. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right, we're going to jump right in. And unfortunately for me and for several other people in the room, as long as John has been working on EBS, we've been working on ULS. So I don't know what that says for us, but
Other than we're getting old.
other than, yeah, but we still can't retire. I don't know. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Erin. She's going to talk about FCC registration numbers and ownership.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. This is the picture book part of the presentation, so get ready. It's good. There are a couple of things I want to talk about before we get to the 601. I'm going to talk to you about how to get an FRN, which is an FCC registration number, and we're going to talk about the 602 in more detail. First, though, I want to reiterate Blaze's point. She spoke earlier, and also others have made this. Please reach out to us. This is sort of the homework portion of this. Before the window opens, there are things that you can be doing. You know, I've actually already fielded some really good questions today about how to apply and more licenses versus less. These are all good things to be thinking about. You're thinking about the right things, and you're doing this homework on the front end. So we want to congratulate you and encourage you to do more of that. So the first thing is, before you do any sort of applying, you have to get an FRN. You also, before the window is done, you need to do the Form 602. We urge you to do that.
What's an FRN?
Oh, an FRN.
Who else wants to know what an FRN
is an FCC registration number. And an FRN are your keys to the kingdom. That's how you get in to our databases. It's your username and password, basically. Okay?
One more question.
Yep.
Can I have lots of FRNs? Because I really like them.
Organizations can have more than one FRN. We would urge you to not.
Don't do it. If you forgot your password, don't get another FRN just because you forgot your password, because you can end up with multiple instances, multiple profiles. That will mess you up. If you forgot your password, call these guys and they'll reset it.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you can reset it now yourself, right, Diane? Yes, sometimes.
We have a hotline number, so we'll provide that for you. But so to start, you're going to go to the FCC homepage. You're going to click on licensing and databases. This is clearly where I need my bifocals because this print is very small. You're going to click on CORS. As is typical for a federal agency, we have a lot of acronyms. And if you look, CORS stands for Commission Registration System. And you're going to click on that top right-hand side there, register and update username. Okay?
And if you forget all of this, call us. We'll walk you through it.
And then if you need a new FRN, which is what we're assuming, or we're assuming you don't have one, you're going to go down towards the bottom of that text box and click Account, Create New Account. And here comes all the information. You're going to need to select a username, or your username is going to be your email address, your password, your selected password. You'll need to enter a security question and then a lot of contact information. information. Now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult process. It's like, you'll get the number right after you apply, but you will get a validation email. So you enter in an email, you'll have to click on the validation email to validate it, then boom, you'll get your number, okay? So this is not like a thing where you fill out a form and you get a number 2 weeks later. You don't have to worry about that.
And if you don't get your validation email, you'll notice on this screen there's an 877 number that you can call. This number appears on the bottom of all the ULS-related web pages. It's our licensing and customer support hotline. They can help you with that. But before you call them, check your junk folder.
Yes,
'cause
check your spam first. Check your junk folder first.
Yep. And so I've dealt with FRNs and passwords. This is a thing you want to protect. You write it down, you write down your password, you keep it, in a private place, but in a place where you know where you're gonna be able to find it. If you're working with an attorney,
You
in your
got the
notes.
notes, the little yellow and white page in here that says notes. It's a great place to put stuff like that.
If you're working with a lawyer, provide that to them as well, because FRNs and passwords are things that you need by a certain time. So make sure that you have them available to you and they don't get lost. So once you have the FRN, you can do your 602. And the rules provide that you need to have the 602 on file by the end of the window, but you don't need to wait until the end of the window. This is a thing you can do before February 3rd. You can have this completely off your plate before the window even opens, and we recommend it. So, again, you're going to start at the FCC homepage, fcc.gov. You're going to click on ULS, which is the Universal Licensing System. Okay. You're going to go to File Online, and then you're going to enter in that brand new shiny FCC registration number and password, right? That's why you need to do that first. And that's going to take you to your licensing sort of homepage. This is where you kind of do all you need to do. This is your home base. You're going to click on My Ownership Disclosure Information, okay, and then create a new ownership filing. For others, there may be some in the room who've done this before. You'll have others sitting there, but for most of you who are doing this for the first time, you won't have any. It'll just be a blank page. You'll need to create a new one. The system is set to pre-fill current filing. You don't really need to worry about that. Just let it go and click Continue. Okay. You're going to enter in your file name. All these applicants are going to be entities, so you're going to enter in the name of your entity and then contact information for that entity. Click Save. Okay. And then here, everyone who files this is going to need to enter FCC regulated businesses if you have an FCC regulated business. Okay. Now, if you're a tribe and you perhaps have a tribe telco, or you have a wireless internet service provider, or you have some sort of FCC
Cable company?
Sure. If you have some sort of FCC license and have business before the FCC, you will need to disclose them here. So you're going to click on FCC Regulated Business of Filer and add their information. There are many of you in this room who won't have any FCC regulated businesses, and that's also fine. If you're in doubt, give us a call. We'll help you figure it out. If you're really in doubt and it's August 3rd and you don't have time to give us a call anymore, disclose it, okay? If you disclose something that doesn't need to be disclosed, that's not a disqualifying event, but if in doubt, disclose it.
If you have anything that provides communications or TV service or does any business with us or ever had a license, ask your IT guy and just disclose it, because we're not going to disqualify you because you disclosed something. We're not going to disqualify for that. When in doubt, just go ahead and put it in there. Tell us, I got a telco, I've got a cable company, I have an ISP, and I have a glass company. We probably don't care about the glass company, but just disclose it.
Or I have a microwave license, or something along those lines, that they're not always obvious, but when in doubt, disclose. So as Nadia mentioned, if the applicant is a tribe, once you've done these steps, you then need to attach an exhibit listing the name, address, and title of each member of the governing council or whatever entity oversees the tribe's affairs. This is where you do that, okay? So you're going to click on, you're going to create the attachment with the information that we require. You're going to save it on your computer, and then you're going to upload it here. You're going to click Attachments, You're going to search, look through your computer's directories for that item, select it. It's going to be an other attachment. That's the category out of the drop-down menu. You're going to title it, required tribal exhibit, something along those lines, and then you're going to attach it. And then you return to your application, okay? So as they also mentioned, non-tribe applicants, so majority tribal controlled and owned and controlled entities, so these corporate entities, you will need to fill out more on this Form 602, and that involves disclosable interest holders, okay? We're not gonna get into that because it's a real rabbit hole and most of you don't need it.
But some of you will.
Some of you will. Talk to your lawyers. And so just as a part of this, there is a link to the instructions for the Form 602, and also contact us. I mean, if you have questions about disclosable interest holders, we're happy to help you, but shoot us an email. And so you'll need an authorized party that's able to sign on behalf of the applicant. You'll do that here. You click Submit Filing.
And this goes to a question earlier. This is where you put who is authorized to sign for the tribal entity. Who had the question about, you don't have to upload a council resolution, but there could be serious consequences for misrepresenting, so why would you do that? This is who is authorized to act on the applicant's behalf. This is where this information goes.
Exactly. And so it's going to send you to sort of a confirmation screen. You're going to get a file number. Make note of that.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go back for a second. If your council requires a resolution in order for you to be authorized to act on their behalf, then, okay, yeah, you need a resolution. It just hit me when you said we need a resolution. I don't know, do you? You might. In order to put a name here, in order to say Dana Schaefer is authorized to act on behalf of our tribe, if that requires a council resolution, well then, yeah. I mean, I don't know but you've got to be authorized. You've got to legitimately be authorized, and whatever that requires under your tribal laws, then you got several months to do it. Now's the time to get cracking.
But we don't need to see that.
We don't need to see it, but you're going to represent that you're authorized. But whatever that requires out of your tribal council to authorize you to act, or whoever you put here to act, then yes.
And this really is a lot of that groundwork that we have been talking about. This is the legwork that you do up front that hopefully you're thinking about before the end of the window. You really need to sort of lay this out. What do you need to do? What are the steps to get there before you ever touch the application?
And if you have a new tribal council, many of you do, it's a new year, now's the time to go say, look, this is coming up, and we may not apply till March or April. Please don't say July, but we may not apply till March or April, but we need to take steps now to authorize someone to do this application. Now's the time to get that homework done. You had a question?
Yeah, question over here.
So one of the challenges we have in Alaska are a lot of non-active councils, one, but number two, and this is actually going to be the bigger issue for all of the organizations just because of the history since 1971. There have been many resolutions that have been passed for regional tribal-owned organizations that have passed on that authority that may come into conflict with this. And that's one of our challenges that obviously folks will have to get worked out within Alaska about who does have authority to sign on behalf of a tribe with a council that's not active, but has passed resolutions, multiple resolutions, whether it's their Public Law 93-638 resolutions, whether they're Section 17 resolutions. There's a variety of things that have been passed on to different regional, tribally owned organizations to sign and take actions on the tribe's behalf that are overlapping in this situation. And that's true for all of Alaska. And so that's one of the things where we just have to figure that out amongst ourselves. If you've got a functioning, like with Diane, with Kenaitze, has a functioning IRA, that's great. But in our 229 tribes, we have way less than that are actual functional, that have already passed former resolutions.
Gotcha, but don't confuse authorization for a regional corporation or for a regional entity to act on behalf of a tribe with eligibility of the regional corporation. See what I'm saying? So it can get, we'll work with you.
Right.
Any way we can, we hear you. That's all I know to say. We hear you.
So once you've hit submit, you're gonna get this screen. Take note of your file number, print yourself a reference copy, maybe save yourself a PDF copy on your computer. Just keep track of that because you're gonna need to have that done, and having the file number handy is useful. And that's the 602.
Okay. All right. Do we have any more questions on the 602 before we jump into the 601?
And that is your homework.
Do this before February 3rd, if you can.
All right. Now, as Dana mentioned earlier, we are in the process. The 602 for this filing is a work in process. We're working on it right now. It's in development. It is
You mean
going
601.
You mean 601. I'm sorry. 601. What we're showing you today is the 601 filing that will be available on February 3rd. So for all of you who are going to be ready, you've used our map, you've filed your 602, you're going to go out on February 3rd. This is what you would see when you log into ULS. Okay, again, you start at the FCC homepage, select ULS, online filing, back to your FCC registration number and password. When you log into ULS License Manager, this is your home screen. Up at the top of the list of links, you'll see a link that says apply for 2.5 GHz tribal priority license. You'll click that link. You will provide us some basic contact applicant information and click continue. Then we ask for contact information for the applicant. If that information is the same as the applicant's information, we do have a pre-fill link. You can just click pre-fill, and it will populate that information on the contact screen. Your next screen is some general information required for the application. As Dana mentioned, to try to streamline this process, we have pre-filled some of these fields for you. The regulatory status we have pre-filled as non-common carrier, and the type of service we have pre-filled as fixed and mobile. Please note that these pre-fills are just what we think will be the most common responses. Everybody should review all the pre-filled answers. They can all be changed accordingly to fit your scenario.
Can I just, if you're a common carrier, change it. If you're not, leave it like it is. Fixed and mobile, you're not wed to that. Those are the two most common, ways to deploy the spectrum. If you already know you're planning to do something else, you can add to those choices. But you're not, if you click fixed and mobile, that doesn't mean you're required to do both fixed and mobile. It just keeps your options open. We're trying to make this as simple as possible for you to go through the process.
Okay, your next screen is going to ask you if we have talked a bit about waivers this morning and afternoon. If you're going to be requesting a waiver, there's a question on the form that asks you if you're requesting a waiver. You would need to answer that question yes. And the next question on that screen asks you whether there are any attachments with the application. Since these applications require an attachment, you have to give us an attachment describing your local presence. We have pre-filled that to yes. That is one pre-filled answer that cannot be changed because we know attachments are required. All right, the attachment link in the ULS filing is visible on all the screens, so you can upload your attachments at any point when you're filing the application, but I'm just going to walk us through what those screens would look like here. Very similar to what you saw in the 602 filing, you get to an upload screen where you browse your computer, you find the appropriate attachment, you tell us what type of attachment it is, and you upload it. Once you have uploaded your attachment, you see the return to application link. It's going to bring you back to whatever screen you were on when you click the attachment link. Once you've entered all your attachments, you can just click continue. Now, if your answer was non-common carrier, The next section of the form is alien ownership questions. You will not see these alien ownership questions, so these only apply to entities that answer common carrier.
Well, let me say why we hid these, because they ask a bunch of questions about are you a foreign government or owned by a foreign government, and for purposes of our rules, the answer is no. But guess what? You're sovereign governments. And so I didn't want that to be confusing, and I didn't want it to be insulting. When they says, are you a foreign government? You go, well, yes, in fact, I am, but not for purposes of these rules. So we hid those. You don't have to answer those unless you are a common carrier, in which case you may have some ownership other than tribal, and that's why you have to go through these questions. Fair enough?
And the next set of questions are the basic qualification questions. These ask you, have you ever had an FCC license revoked? There's a question about, have you ever been convicted of a felony? These questions have to be answered.
Yeah, and I'm going to interject one more time. I know I kind of made a joke on the road about, well, we don't want to know if your IT director got arrested for something, but it's if the applicant has ever had a felony. And so if somebody on your council, somebody in your tribal ownership, or your tribal governing structure has something to disclose, go ahead and disclose it. It will not automatically disqualify you, but failure to disclose could. So disclose. When in doubt, disclose.
Just as a sidebar, these are questions you may have to ask, and again, we urge you to sort of take a look at this and figure this out early. This is not something you want to be calling someone about on August 2nd.
Or August 3rd.
Or August 3rd.
Now, the next portion of the application is the portion of the application where you're going to...
One second. We got a question. Go ahead and do this. We'll come right back.
Is where you're going to upload your shapefile and tell us the area that you're applying for. And I'm going to let Chris speak to, since he's our GIS expert, I'm going to let him speak to this part of the application.
So this is sort of day one when the application window opens. And Dana sort of alluded to some changes coming down the road. She kind of caught me by surprise, but that's okay.
Sorry I put you on the spot.
That's okay.
Chris.
That's all right. She's going to double down after this one. But so this first screen is where you're going to upload. You see the map, and down at the bottom there's a browse button. Now, we've referenced several times the shapefiles that are available for the download from several different sources, so to speak, how to get to it, and also the shapefiles that maybe you have created to upload and sort of define the area that you're applying for. So this is where you would click on the browse button, and then the next screen is where you would, so your downloaded file, whether you got it from the shapefiles that were provided by the FCC or a shapefile that you've created yourself to define this area, this is where you select this file. This file needs to be shapefile format and zipped. So after you select this file, you'll be returned back to the screen, and you'll see your file listed, and there will be an upload file button. So you click on the upload file, and this screen, and you have to be sort of patient because some of them will process fairly quickly. Others may take a little time because of the complexity of the geometry and size.
So this is where we all say, don't click that back button, don't touch that. This will drive, depending on your connection and depending on how many people are doing this, that may go for, go get a cup of coffee.
Take a lunch.
Go take a lunch. Go pour a nice glass of wine. But do not touch anything while it's spinning.
And there's a graphic in the background. You'll see it spinning as the file is being processed by the system. Once the process is done, you will see a map displayed of what you've uploaded. So in this case, this is the entire tribal area that I've uploaded here. And then in the bottom left, there is a market code, and that code is generated by ULS. That's just a sequential number. The next column over is the areas that this particular shapefile intersects with the county. So in some cases, it could intersect with a partial county. It could intersect with multiple counties or a combination of any of those. To the next column over, you see there's a green valid. Now, in some cases, if you're creating your own shapefile, the system does validate the file that you're uploading just to make sure that is, it can draw what you're trying to define. And then the next column over is either a view or delete button. So in some cases, for example, if you're trying to amend, maybe you're reducing the size of the area that you applied for, this is where you can go in, delete the file that you uploaded, and then upload a new file if needed to do so. And then there's also a view button. So the map is sort of interactive. You can zoom in, zoom out, and if you click on the view button, it'll zoom right back into the area. Then this next screen, which we've talked about several times, which is the channel group.
Can we, 1 second, because I know Anthony had I didn't want to get too far afield from his question. Before we take the question, so what he just showed you where you've downloaded the shapefile and you upload it, as he pointed out, coming soon will be a way to maybe do that more in an automated fashion, so long as you're only using our unmodified shapefile. But if you're creating your own shapefile or requesting a waiver, you will still need to create your own, save it somewhere, and upload it here. But we had a question.
Yes,
Anthony?
thank you. Just to go back, I guess, to the disclosure, so where does that really stop? I mean, if it is the nation or the tribe being the applicant, I mean, is it elected leadership would be disclosing? I guess, where's the line? I mean, it seems like it could be kind of open.
No, just governing council.
Just
I mean,
so
when you do
elected,
your
I mean-
ownership, y'all help me out here. When you do your ownership filing, you're gonna submit an attachment that shows your governing council. And so I would limit it to whoever you've disclosed as your governing council. That's where your disclosures should relate to the very people that you put in that attachment showing your ownership structure or your governing council structure.
Okay, I mean, because for us, for example, I mean, that's 20 people basically between, we have 16 counselors, president, clerk, treasurer. I mean, would they all be basically, subject to that, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
I mean, if they all are part of the governing council and they all have authority over decision-making of the council, then yeah.
Okay.
I have one more question before we get further into the 602, but on the, this was by email. On the Form 601, if an applicant selects both fixed and mobile on the application, does that influence the build requirements?
No.
Yep.
I already said that. No, it doesn't. Sorry. But was that it? Was that the only question?
Yep.
Quick question on the, is this the cutoff at felony second degrees that include misdemeanor or infraction?
Just asked about felonies.
Yeah.
It
Felonies.
just asked about felonies, and I'm gonna say what my husband says to me all the time. He's a lawyer too. Just answer the question. So the question just asked about felonies. So just answer the question. No parking tickets. No misdemeanors. No overdue library books. Just
felonies.
Just answer the question as it's presented.
Okay, so back to the channel selection group. Now, here is where we're going to have, use the mapping tool. And this is where you're going to select channel group 1, channel group 2, channel group 3, combination 1, 2, or which ones you're going to be applying for here. So in this screen right here, you're going to be able to go back to the mapping tool, and if you haven't already done so, you'll be able to verify what channel groups you're applying for. And again, if there's any open channels within that group, you could check mark that box and continue on.
You don't let that long list scare you. You don't have to go in and say exactly if there's something available in channel group 1, yes. If there's something available in channel group 2, yes. If there's something available in channel group 3, yes, unless for some reason you don't want the spectrum. In which case,
And
then don't check yes. But I would check yes anywhere there's available spectrum.
and double check that you have in fact checked it, because you can't, once the window's done, you can't come back to the screen and check it. So make sure that you've checked what you want to check and you're good.
You cannot add territory, geographic territory, or spectrum. You can't add channels or area after the window closes.
So it's by channel?
It's by channel group. There are 3 channels, channel 1, channel 2, channel 3. It's by those 3 channels, or I call them channel groups. New channel 1, new channel 2, new channel group 3. Yes.
So you have something available on that channel if you're checking.
Yes.
Yes.
Circling back to the eligibility exhibit, what are the essentials that have to be covered in there? Because rurality is kind of baked in. Should we touch all 4 bases in reciting the eligibility, or just local presence?
All 4.
All 4.
All right, thanks.
I mean, it shouldn't take a lot.
Yeah, you just do
Particularly
something.
if you're a tribal entity applying for your own tribal land, it's pretty simple, but yeah, do it anyway.
Roger that.
Okay, so once you've made your channel selection, whatever combination that may be, you would hit continue. And you're actually at the end of the application where, you could go in and either, if you need to, go back and edit any information from the screens. You'd hit continue here, and you get to the certification where you'd authorize person to sign the application, who's filing the application, and then you'd hit submit. On the next screen, you'd see.
Wait.
Oh,
Always hit submit. Don't not hit submit.
Don't walk away from your computer without hitting submit.
And so, and I say this because I filled out a few of these, and if you don't hit submit,
It's all gone.
it will not be submitted. And if it's not submitted, you got troubles. So, and you can submit this 78 times between February 3rd and August 3rd. Every time you go in, save your work. And then when you go back in and you edit it, submit it again. It always has to be submitted, because if you've submitted it once and you go back in and you edit it and you don't hit submit again, it's not submitted anymore.
And don't be afraid. Don't say, well, I'm not really sure, so I'll come back and submit it. Submit, 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 submit.
Always submit. Always. Okay, that's it.
But make that face again. I love that face.
Always.
Back here first.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I just had a question about the certification. And I was wondering because I understand that normally on Form 601 there are general certification statements, and that one of them says that the person certifying relinquishes all claim to the use of spectrum as against the United States, which from a tribal perspective can be really complicated, given that tribes often view spectrum as this natural resource that is on their natural lands. And so I was wondering if that same certification statement is going to be on tribal forms, in the sense that tribes have to relinquish any Aboriginal right that they may have to this spectrum in order to participate in the tribal priority window.
John, you want to take that, or should I?
We've not modified that. We haven't modified the general certification statements. In terms of what it means in this specific context, I'm not sure.
I think we need to take that back. We may need to clarify what it means in this context. It's a very good point, and we don't have any intention of giving this right and then somehow it being a hollow. That was purely, it's great that you brought it up, purely an oversight. We will take it back. I don't know that we can change our intake process, but we can clarify what it means in this context to make sure that tribal nations are comfortable that we don't mean for them to be giving up anything.
Okay, that would be
thanks.
amazing.
We'll
We would
take
love
that
to
back.
work
Thank
on
you for
that.
bringing
Thank
that
you.
up. That was worth being here today, if only to get that input. Thank you very much.
At what point do you submit your waiver
story with the application?
It's an attachment as part of the application.
So when your shape, when you submit your shape file, you submit your waiver story at that point?
Yeah, well, when Dottie was going through, it showed attachments. One attachment type is waiver, and so you would click attachment and you would click waiver. Now, if you've said yes to are you submitting a waiver, then it will require an attachment. It requires an attachment anyway. And then you would click waiver, and then you would upload the waiver as that attachment type. But yes, good point. Do upload your waiver as part of your application. You cannot, well, I won't say cannot, but please do not try to file a waiver after the window closes, because that will not be effective. Enough said.
Yeah.
When the window closes, the window closes.
And a reminder, the attachment button on the ULS screen is available throughout the time that you're doing the application. So if you want to get it out of the way, you can do that first. You can, do the eligibility attachment. You can do your waiver. If you have one, you can do that first and then go back to doing the rest of it.
Or if you're in the middle of whatever, and let's say you've got a lawyer who goes, I got your waiver request ready. You go, okay, send it to me. You can upload it from any screen in the process.
Yeah.
You just click attachments, and then it will present you with the attachment type. You click waiver, and you upload it. I think you were next.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of test that theory about no question being a stupid question. If we submit every time we work on the application, how does the FCC know when our application is actually done? Does it just kind of sit out there until August 3rd and then you consider it done? Or is there a way to let you know, hey, look, we're done, we're finished, we've hit submit 78 times and we're not going to change it again?
It's a fair point. Certainly by August 3rd, we'll know you're done. And then, I think
If you're not done at August 3rd at 2 o'clock Alaska time, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think to his point, let's say you submit every time, but you submit, and it's really not the shapefile you wanted. My personal opinion, one exception to submit is those shapefiles will be made public that you have applied. Now you can change it until the window closes, but it will sit out there. It's not going to be acted upon until the window closes. But the one exception to submit is I wouldn't submit a shapefile that I don't want made public, because it's really not the shapefile I really want to apply for. Because once you submit, after the nightly batch, it will be public. Somebody could go in and pull everything you just submitted. Right? But I don't think there's a final, I'm done, I'm really done now, because our intent is you can amend or even withdraw your application until the window closes.
Okay.
Once the window closes, you're done.
And if there's something, if you've gone through it and you've submitted, and if you have a question or something, we'll then be able to help, we'll be able to help that process along. So, don't feel like it absolutely needs to be the final thing, but she's right. The drop dead date is August 3rd.
But it does just, it sits out there, but it's made public and it's searchable, and we will map it as having been applied for, because we're trying to show everybody as much as we can to prevent mutual exclusivity, but it's not done until the window closes.
So unlike some other services, licensing, utilities, you can't save an application prior to submission in this?
No. You can, yes.
You can.
You can save it, yeah.
Just be cognizant of the fact that if you have not hit submit, it's in a saved status and we don't recognize it as filed.
Right, but if it's
But you can save it
But you
and
can
come
save
back
it
to
while
it.
you're working on it.
Right, if it's a work in progress that everybody internally knows, my law firm and the client knows it's not ready, we can populate part of the application, save it, and then submit it when everybody's ready.
You can save and not submit. By the same token, you can submit, and until the window closes, keep coming back to it. It's not like when you submit your taxes, they're submitted, right? You're done. It's not like that. You can submit because you don't want it to get lost. You want something to be in, but you can still come back to it until the window closes. But yeah, you can
a
save.
broadcast service application, you wouldn't submit till you're ready. So.
But you
Okay.
can save and come back to it. But
Great.
until you submit, like if the window closes and you've got a saved application and you never submitted it,
Nothing we can do about
we are
it.
going to be very, very sad for you.
We'll be calling the insurance company.
I wasn't going to say the word malpractice, but, okay.
So the mutual exclusivity, no communication doesn't kick in until the end of the period then?
It kicks in after we've put out a public notice about a settlement window. If you don't settle within the settlement window, at the end of that 90-day settlement period, those applications will be sent to auction, and at that point is when our anti-collusion rules go into effect and you can't communicate.
And that's actually a very good segue. Let's wrap this up because now John's going to talk about mutual exclusivity and all of the bad things about mutual exclusivity. So we don't want to get out of here without talking about that.
All right. We're at the confirmation screen, same as the 602. You've got a file number, you've got a reference copy, print it, print it, print it. If you want to return to ULS, to look for your application, you can go to the ULS homepage, look under search, go to application search. You can search by the file number that you wrote down. For your 601 would be in this main box here. If you want to look for your 602 filing, there, you can see in the column there's a link that says Ownership Search. You could click there and search by your ownership file number. And that is ULS in a nutshell. Contact points, if you have questions, rural tribal window. If you have questions about your FCC registration number and you need assistance with that, it's the licensing customer support line.
So while we switch speakers, don't worry about taking pictures of those contacts. We are going to make that information available online. This is also, I'm going to do a little public service announcement while John, if you can come over here and pull up the mutual exclusivity, we'll get started with that. Little public service announcement. There are tutorials on our website, like the mapping presentation you saw today. There is a video and a tutorial on our website how to use the map. Once the development of the application portal is complete and we've gone into production, there will be a tutorial on that as well. So in addition to today's webinar, which you can watch it over and over again, you can fast forward to the parts you liked, you can fast forward to the parts you didn't like, or you can go to our website and there are a number of help tools, tutorials, videos. So we provide the same information in a number of ways. And then, once again, if you need more help or you have more questions, you can always email us and we will respond. So let's talk. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Dennis Robinson. Alaska is a unique place. Where I live, we pay for internet at $25 a gig. So watching the webinar, it's a pretty expensive So is the PowerPoint that you had here going to be available?
Yes, all of this will be available. We're going to provide it in multiple ways. The decks will be available, the PowerPoints. We have the 2-page handout that we gave you is available. We've got the information in text form throughout our website. So just to your point, whether you can stream and watch the webinar, whether you need a deck that you can read, whichever form you need it, the same substantive information and help tools are out there in several different formats, including videos for those of you who want to stream. And let me just tell everybody out there, and here too, if you need us to mail you information, we will get you information in whatever format you can best use it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And email us.
And these folks are making phone calls every week. So if you email us with a question, they will call you. And they are so much nicer than I am, and they will call you.
Aaron and I...
She almost agreed with that. Yes, we are. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Aaron and I sit every Monday and Tuesday afternoon and go through all of the emails and respond to people.
Yep.
So, I mean, we are responding to whatever questions come in every week.
You can hear our dulcet tones.
Okay, so we've only got a couple more things to talk about, but they're very important. I know a few people have had to go, but I hope you'll bear with us because this next session is really critical. We're going to talk about what mutual exclusivity means, how it might happen, how we prevent it, and what bad things happen if it happens and if we have mutual exclusivity and we can't, you don't settle it, you don't work it out, bad things will happen that we don't want to have happen. So because this is a really dark topic, we've got the cheeriest person presenting. So John, take it away.
They didn't want me to put on my Grim Reaper costume for this part of the
Yeah, I've never seen
presentation.
John not smiling. I was like, John, I want you to be really serious. It's mutual exclusivity. I'm going to get you a Grim Reaper costume. But yeah. But anyway, pretend that he's frowning. We've never seen him frown. But if we have a lot of mutually exclusive applications, I think for the first time ever, we will even see John Schaubel frown. Is that possible?
Yes, it is, actually.
Okay.
Mutually exclusive applications, as I said earlier, just don't do it. What is mutually exclusive applications? They're mutually exclusive. There's any geographic or frequency overlap between the two different applications. Doesn't matter however minimal it is. It could be like a little 1% area, but if there's any overlap whatsoever, they're mutually exclusive. No.
They're completely mutually exclusive.
Yes.
It's not that just the overlap goes to auction.
The whole thing.
The whole thing goes to auction. Or competitive bidding, competitive bidding.
Now, there are a couple things that are not mutually exclusive. If a tribe wants to apply for Channel Group 1 on a reservation and a tribal entity wants to apply for Channel Groups 2 and 3, that's fine, because we can issue both of those licenses at the same time and there's no conflict with that. Also, applications seeking adjacent areas, those are not mutually exclusive. Even though the two, if they both get licenses, they might be required to coordinate their operations under our technical rules. But again, that's an instance where we can issue both licenses, no problems, so that's not a mutual exclusivity situation. Why is mutual exclusivity a bad thing? The FCC is statutorily required by Congress to resolve mutual exclusivity through competitive bidding for that spectrum. We do not have the authority to waive or ignore that requirement. Doesn't matter how much you beg, plead, or borrow to us, we have to do it. You know, Congress did give us a few exceptions to the competitive bidding requirement. None of them apply in this specific situation. So, at a certain point of the process, we are just out of luck. And yes, we understand the arguments about requiring multiple tribal entities to go through competitive bidding is bad from a public interest perspective. We get that, we understand it. Doesn't matter, we have to do it anyway. How can you see if a mutually exclusive application has been filed? For the moment, you can use application search in ULS to see what applications have been filed. There's a feature called Advanced Application Search, which will allow you to narrow your search to a specific geographic area. It allows searching by state or county. Admittedly, it's kind of complicated. If you'd like some further help on that, email the rural tribal window box and we can help walk you through that.
Well, and hopefully, and not right away, and I'm doubling down, Chris, you know where I'm headed.
Yeah.
But hopefully at some point in the process, in addition to every day after, like yesterday's applications come in, they're not accepted for filing, we're not processing them, but you can go into ULS and see if there's a shapefile that's been filed over your rural tribal land by doing these searches. Hopefully, we will also be able to add these to the mapping tool. It may not be real time, it may be more like once a week we update it, but you can see as of last week if there are any shapefiles that overlap your rural tribal land, so you can see on a map if there's mutual exclusivity. That's what we're working toward. And I know Chris is going to do it, and it's going to be beautiful.
Now,
Doubling down on you, Chris. Okay.
Almost a triple.
Triple.
now, how can you run into the problem of mutually exclusive applications? Scenario one, tribe wants to apply for the reservation. There's a lack of communication, and the tribal telecom entity or the tribal school separately applies for the same reservation. Communicate, talk to each other to avoid that scenario.
Can I throw another one out there? And I want us to brainstorm. What are some of the ways that mutual exclusivity could happen?
Another thing, and this is largely in Alaska.
Yeah, we're going to pick on you, Alaska.
Since most of the land in Alaska is eligible, if you have a native village who applies in their statistical area and some other tribal entity wants to apply for part of the regional corporation area and overlaps with that statistical area, that's another situation where you have mutual exclusivity.
Yeah, or you have a tribally owned corporation that says, I've got local presence in these 8 villages, I provide services. Am I hitting close to home? I provide services to these 8 villages, and I want all of the spectrum to do this network. And another corporation comes in and says, well, I provide services. Or within that area that you've asked for, even one Alaska Native village says, I want the spectrum over my Alaska Native village. That filing by that one Alaska Native village for their spectrum in the middle of what might be a consortium application, it makes both applications mutually exclusive. Another example is, we found this in New Mexico. You've got pueblos that they're adjacent, they share a border, but then there might be a sliver, like you might have, I don't know, I hate it, but you might have, Pueblo here, and there's a little sliver of non-tribal and a Pueblo here, and then there's a Pueblo over here, right? And maybe this Pueblo says, I want a waiver to serve this sliver south of my Pueblo, and the Pueblo below them says, I want a waiver to serve this sliver to the north of my Pueblo, and they only overlap on that sliver. Those are mutually exclusive.
Can any of you think of other scenarios where this could be a problem? These are sort of the major scenarios we're thinking of.
Well, yeah, Mariel. Shared tribal lands. Give us an example.
I think San Felipe and Santa Ana Pueblos.
Pardon me?
San Felipe and Santa Ana Pueblos.
Do they share, or are they more the donut hole?
It's not the donut
shared.
hole.
Okay.
It's a slash.
So when you have shared tribal lands, and you don't have an agreement up front as to who the lead applicant will be, it wouldn't be mutual exclusivity per se if, when the donut hole, if I'm the tribe, the Pueblo with the donut, and you have the donut hole, I can only apply for my donut, you apply for your donut hole. That's really not good network planning. We probably need to talk and work together so that we apply for the whole area, and maybe I've got a donut hole in your donut, you've got a donut hole in my donut, and so we need to talk and work together. So there's a difference between mutual exclusivity, which means you talk together to make sure you don't apply for the same spectrum, but then there's also coordinating on how you design your network and roll it out, because, if we share a border, I can't interfere with her, she can't interfere with me, well, we can't go full power right at the border. But if we don't work together and we have to power down, then I may have residences at the edge of my village or the edge of my Pueblo that aren't getting good service because I had to power down because I can't interfere with you, and why aren't we working together? It makes sense to talk and work together. that's more a network planning thing than mutual exclusivity. What are some other ways, let me challenge the lawyers, what are some other ways that mutual exclusivity could happen? Yeah, I'm looking at you, you know I'm looking at you. I'm not going to call you out, but.
I'm not an attorney, but I'm going to tell you there's a couple other ways that there could be mutual exclusive, and that would be if there's a confederated tribe where there's more than one tribe on one reservation, and more than one tribe would be one of those tribes in that confederated consortium would be applying or have multiple applications. So that could be a case. But in terms of mutual exclusivity, if the bordering tribes were interested in subleasing part of that spectrum that the one tribe applies for. So
Wait,
that the
say that
board-
again, you lost me. Say that again.
So say, for example, Nez Perce applies for the spectrum and a bordering, we don't have a bordering reservation, so it's a bad example, but if there was a bordering reservation, then I could lease part of the spectrum I get to them so they could operate on their lands where we border, or they could just purchase the service from me.
Well, or vice versa. You could work together to decide who provides the service at the border. You could even, you know, share a base station. I mean, we don't, our rules don't prohibit you from working together with an adjacent licensee. We do prohibit you from interfering, causing interference to adjacent licensee and they to you. And in fact, some of our, this goes back to a question earlier, we talked about, well, what if nobody, if there's a licensee but they're not operational? There are some rules unique to 2.5 that have to do with power levels at the border, but as a general rule, if your 2.5 neighbor is operational, you cannot interfere with them nor they with you. And so you have to talk where you share a border.
Yes, as a matter of fact, several of our technical rules sort of set default power levels and things like that, unless you and your neighbor agree otherwise, which allow for network planning and services to be offered on both sides of the border.
Yeah, we might agree that on the north side, I'm going to be powered up. I've got a base station up there, and so I'm going to serve your folks. And then, okay, down here, and I'll leave it to your lawyers. I don't want to get into antitrust. I'm not separating territory. I'm talking about network planning, and you have to talk to your own lawyers, and I don't. Boy, once an antitrust lawyer, you're always paranoid, right? But working together on how you design a network so that our default rules only apply if you don't agree otherwise. You can agree otherwise. You can agree to let me blast across the border because you don't have anybody living there, and you don't care. But I care because I've got people living right up next to the border. So, to Danae's point, one second, Luke. To Danae's point, it's very important that you understand, like in Danae's example, where you've got confederated tribes, you might have a single tribe. If we get mutually exclusive applications, we cannot take into consideration what your tribal laws say govern in terms of who wins. You might come in and go, okay, well, we know that our native college did this, and our telco did this, but we're the tribal council, we get to decide, and so we get the. That's not how the statute is written. If those three applications come in and they're mutually exclusive, we will have a 90-day settlement period for you to work it out. But if it can't be worked, and during that period, you guys can talk about what your tribal law is and who decides and who decides who decides. But if at the end of the day I still have three mutually exclusive applications, it goes to competitive bidding, period. I have no discretion.
Yeah, and another point I want to make is also the argument that I would make a better licensee than he would, than the other side would. That doesn't help either. I mean, you know, we used to do that. Some of the old timers remember, yeah, we used to do that many, many years ago. They were called comparative hearings. Congress, when it established our auction authority, said no more of that. It's now the competitive bidding that resolves that.
Or even Dennis filed that. He wasn't authorized to file it. Well, y'all are going to have to work that out because there's not, in the settlement period, short of pure fraud, which we would take seriously and we would, but arguing about who signed what or who's on the council and or who would make a better licensee, or we're going to do more things with it than they're going to do with it, we can't, we don't make those decisions. It goes to competitive bidding. So mutual exclusivity, everybody say bad. Everybody say it, bad. We're going to avoid it, right? Avoid it, avoid it, avoid it. If you have any questions, yes.
So, just going back to the scenario that you were talking about, if, how you were saying earlier, if the tribal council's constitution or law or whatever dictates that one entity is able to make that choice and then another entity still files, that other entity isn't technically eligible. So, I mean.
Not necessarily. Are they eligible under my rules? If they are tribally, this is what, if they are majority owned and controlled by a federally recognized tribe or Alaskan Native village, then they're eligible under my rules. Now, think what I just said. If they're majority owned and controlled by the tribe, then the tribe should be able to tell them to not file or to withdraw, or that's the whole point. But they're eligible under our rules if they meet the eligibility requirement. And the whole point, think about it, the whole point of it is, now you see why we require majority owned and controlled. At the end of the day, you're right, it should work that way. That if the tribe owns and controls the entities, then the tribe should be in control of who applies and hopefully decide who's going to be the applicant, and we get one applicant from the tribe because they own and control all the eligible entities. But for that to happen, you guys have to be talking to all the entities within your tribe. Where's the other question?
Mary.
I would just say in those instances, whoever is the rightful entity can file a petition to deny against the other application to get rid of it, potentially.
There's a mechanism.
They could file a petition to deny, but keep in mind that the basis for the eligibility in our rules is whether they're majority owned and controlled. Are they majority owned and controlled by the tribe? Then what's the basis for denial? And if they're majority owned by the tribe, then the tribe needs to majority own and control them, right?
Mary, that may be analogous to like state or contract law issues where we're not the one making those decisions at the end of the day. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you get to that point, then it's going to go to trial, and then that's a whole nother ball of wax. And it probably whoever filed against the unauthorized entity, their lawyer's going to seek a restraining order, or we're going to, okay. And if it comes to that, please, please let's not let it come to that.
Is there any concern or anything that we would have to do special for area over a federal navigable waterway for providing?
I'm not sure that federally navigable waterways are part of eligible lands.
But for all the coastal villages, the signal, going back to the energy topic, is going to go out. And that's why I'm asking that. And that actually may come.
I think that may
down
come.
in Southeast, that's going to be a really big issue because you can have two coastal villages right across from each other, actually further north too, but that you're going to have to make some type of.
Presumably there's a boundary somewhere and the rules would apply.
The rules would apply at the boundary, and the boundary typically is where the tribal land stops and the navigable waterway begins. So you really don't, we can look at this offline, but you'd have to show me, I'm not aware of a situation where absent a waiver, and I don't even know if we would entertain a waiver on this, but absent a waiver that you have any spectrum rights over the navigable waterway.
That depends. That's an intended use for us. That's a prevalent situation in Southeast.
It's gonna be a big
And
deal.
if that's a prevalent use, then we need to look at if that is not part of your rural tribal land, which I don't believe it is.
Well,
We need to look at that,
Let's
but
talk
that's-
about this offline. I
yeah.
have a couple thoughts that I want to check on
So
that.
But-
there's public safety implications here for,
Okay, we're not arguing the merits, and I appreciate, Will, you've been arguing with me all day. I'm not arguing the merits.
But I'm
Thank
right.
you for bringing it up, and we need to look at that, because if you look at what the eligible area, the eligible tribal lands are today, the way they're defined, just like the regular 2.5 licenses in the auction, they don't extend out over the ocean today, do they?
They do.
They do.
There's a little bit. A little
Yes.
bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to look at that, but it's not clear. And so we do, but it is important, if one of your intended uses is over a navigable waterway, then we need to know, we need to figure this out ahead of time and determine what the process is. Does it require a waiver? Does it require a different shapefile? Does it require a statement of intent? We need to look at that.
If you could send an email to the box, just sort of flagging this issue for us, because I think
Okay,
we
so
want to take the.
two things that were worth the price of admission today is we need to look at this issue and we need to look at your issue. It was worth the price of admission today. Yes,
So,
sir.
not to talk about it, but just bring it up. So I was assuming that distribution backhaul from the aggregation point to the distribution point would not implicate any kind of conflict?
No, it does. If you're going to use 2.5 spectrum for that, you've got to have a license to use it, whether you're using it for backhaul or using it for, so, yeah, no, it would. You can't, like, that's what I said, you can't have a 2.5 point-to-point link where you own each end, but you don't have the license in between. So, yeah, it would be
No,
implicated.
I was assuming we did, but with the discussion about navigable waterway, no, we're in an archipelago. There's no getting around.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We're an archipelago, we're on islands, so there's no getting around, crossing navigable waterways with signals.
Well, it depends on, like, if you're in some of like the Aleutians, the village is the island, right? And so that's their eligible land. But if the intent is to do point-to-point 2.5 between those villages, then we need to look at that, because I'm not sure we've addressed that. I'm not sure that the granting of a license over the island, like, this is my native village, my island, there's your native village, your island, I've got my license, you've got your license. I'm not sure, we got to go back and look at it. I'm not sure that would necessarily give us a license to do 2.5 point-to-point between us. We've got to look at that. We've got to look at that. We'll take that back. I'm obviously
Except-
not well-versed in navigable waterways, and we will take that back.
Except where they lease space. The only solution to that would be is if you lease space. So if you have two towers, then they're not overriding each other, and you lease space on each other's infrastructure.
No, we're talking about two different things. One is the infrastructure and the space on the infrastructure. We're talking about the spectrum over which you would make that transmission. So, those are two separate, and we will take that back. Luke, please send us an email, and Will, send us an email, and we will take that back. Okay, so we did have a presentation on case studies, but I think we'd be better off, we seem to be doing really well at, as my granddad would say, cussing and discussing. So let's cuss and discuss a little bit about there are some examples of 2.5 being used today. The chairman mentioned this morning Havasupai, for example. And in fact, MuralNet is here. They worked with them on doing their deployment. And we're going to hear from them about lessons learned. Nisqually Tribe in Washington State, they've been operating a 2.5 network for a number of years. I think they started on WiMAX. I'm not sure if they're still on WiMAX. Most recently, in the Zuni territory, one of the tribal colleges did a short-term STA proof of concept. They started with 20 megahertz, and they got pretty good coverage. We're going to hear about that, but I think the going forward, this is one of the lessons learned. This is talk to your tribal council. So you've got the college over here. They talk to the tribal council, and I think the tribal council feels it. I don't want to speak for them, but I think their goal going forward is the tribal council using more spectrum and siting the base station in the middle of the village is going to be able to get better coverage, and they probably going to, I don't want to presume, but I expect they'll probably be our applicant. I don't know. And so in just a second, I'm going to ask Mariel to tell us a little bit about those deployments, but here's what we have heard, lessons learned. First of all, backhaul is key. Backhaul is very important. Many of you have fiber to your reservations. If you don't, and some of you are very, very remote and you don't have fiber, but you need to think about what that backhaul is going to look like. If it is going to be microwave, there's a right way and a wrong way to work with your spectrum coordinator to apply for your microwave links. That's about all I can say about that. But what I don't want to see is a lot of disputes over microwave links. So proceed very carefully and make sure that your spectrum coordinator knows that you do not want to end up with anyone else arguing with you over your microwave link. We do not prescribe what the backhaul needs to look like. In some of the most remote places, it might be satellite backhaul. I don't know. It might be. You won't get, I don't know what the speeds will look like. But we do not prescribe exactly how you deploy your network. But as my granddad used to say, you can't hang it on a nail. You got to have backhaul to the internet. You got to get there somehow. So backhaul is key. Another lesson learned was, and I don't want to out any particular tribe, but was CPE, indoor CPE, particularly in really remote places. It may work in the middle of the village, but at the edge of the village where there was some spotty coverage, we had one tribe that was able to increase their speeds by, I think, almost 30 times by upgrading to a more powerful outdoor CPE. But they were very remote. Each case is going to be different. Trying to think what other lessons learned. Guys, help me out here. It's important to talk to your tribal council, important to coordinate. Backhaul is key.
Siting and network planning is important.
Siting and network planning is important. One lesson learned is that this is not as difficult or as scary or as expensive as you might think. And I'm about to hand it over to Meryl to tell you some of their recent experience, but some of these recent LTE networks were single base station, existing tower, existing structure. They put the base station up in a matter of hours. I know with one of our STAs, and it took a while to work the STA to the process because we didn't really have precedent for that type of STA, but once we granted the STA or the waiver, I can't remember which it was, once we granted authority, like late February, they had their equipment on and houses connected in less than 2 weeks. So this is doable. Many of you can probably cover your population requirement with one base station over your most densely populated village. I mean, this is eminently doable. Some of the costs that we're hearing range from, I've heard one report that the base station cost $4,000 or $5,000, another report that someone else's base station cost $10,000. But we're talking, that is magnitudes cheaper than LTE networks even a few years ago. The equipment exists. There's an ecosystem of equipment. There's a competitive marketplace for equipment. The engineering expertise is out there. There are a number of organizations, both nonprofit and in the commercial space, We can't recommend one over the other, but there are a number of them. There are a number of law firms, both those that want you as their client and want to get paid, and those that are doing great pro bono work. Just a little bit of research, and you can find a whole host of resources out there in the commercial marketplace, because this is an environment where, you know, there's been commercial deployment in 2.5 for some time, so the equipment exists, it gets cheaper every year. Again, network planning, network siting is important. Avoiding mutual exclusive applications is important. But you can do this. We can do this. We will do everything we can to answer your questions and to provide you with resources and tools to make this accessible for your tribe. We're passionate about this. If you couldn't tell that today, then stick around, because we're like this every day. We're fast forward, 2.5, all day, every day. We had a question over here. Yes, Michael.
You said, I don't want to throw a wrench in things too much, but you said, you know, how important backhaul is. We've experimented with proof of concept before 2.5 doing wireless mesh in places that didn't have a feasible backhaul, so that we could share information, coding repositories, things like that. Is that a hard requirement? Do you have to have a backhaul, or could we develop the infrastructure to share information in the hopes of using that spectrum and then get a backhaul later?
Keep me honest here, John. When I say backhaul is important, that's if you plan to bring broadband, internet access, broadband to, but I do not think we prescribe the type of service. Blaze is nodding, so I'm on there.
Yep.
So it is not a hard and fast requirement. If you're looking at a mesh network to share information, you may even do smart agriculture in the most remote areas of the country. You don't have backhaul, but you're sharing that information. We do not. This is flexible use. As long as you meet the build-out requirements, and there are two ways to do that. One is through population coverage. One is through links. And no, we do not prescribe the design or the use or the service type, and it is not a hard and fast rule. And thank you for bringing that up, because yes, you could build the infrastructure and then work on the backhaul. And that is important for those that we had a number of you come in some of the most remote areas of Alaska. That is an option, and that is important to know, that you can build the infrastructure and you can still, this is important and valuable spectrum for so many reasons, and not just for internet access. In fact, some of it's, well, there are industrial uses, there are IoT uses, there are all kinds of, and we do not, no, it's flexible use, and we do not prescribe. And that is a wonderful question, thank you. Meryl, did you want to share anything from some of your recent, I know that you've worked with some of the proof of concept, or does anyone else have lessons learned in the process so far that they want to share? Microphone, yeah, you need a microphone.
Thank you. So we're a nonprofit MuralNet that helps tribal communities deploy their own networks. We have about a dozen partners over the U.S. and probably have helped kick off about 5 networks so far. We specialize in the 2.5 space, so as you can see, when it comes to scalability, this procedure and the help of the FCC has been huge in making sure that tribal communities can grab the spectrum and build for themselves. Some of the lessons learned, definitely the things that you said, Dana, about coordination of the different parties and making sure that you work directly with tribal governments is a huge one. Communication is key, especially for this proceeding and this application. It's just, you almost made the application too easy. Anyone can start one. So it's really important that folks are on the same page there. When it comes to costs, yes, the Havasupai, Councilwoman Ophelia Wada-Hamaji Corliss has been running it on her own for the last 2 years. It's a community network. She spends maybe about 4 hours a month keeping it up. It's a smaller community, about 425 people, I believe, about 130 structures. One base station up above the mesa with a sector antenna was able to give the coverage needed to cover I think it was about 75% originally. But then with the outdoor CPEs, for example, that was definitely able to cover almost 95% of the community. There's one uncle who, for some reason, the canyon owls just won't let him have any signal. So anyways.
But in some respects, the canyon walls have helped them because they do some interesting bouncing off canyon walls to get.
The physics definitely loves them. Sometimes if you want to, for what we do is we really try to work with the technical knowledge within the community. So we usually put up a starter network first. It takes about 2 months for folks to really get to know it more intimately and know what the possibilities are, and that's when you can really start building. So for example, with the indoor versus outdoor CPE, oftentimes, say for HUD housing, you need permits or something in order to put up outdoor CPEs or things of that sort. Sometimes just having a working indoor network that utilizes indoor equipment will be good enough to get folks up to speed about what's possible. Community networks are interesting. The amount of spectrum available is huge. You can run a network on just 10 megahertz. Ophelia specifies that her network is specifically for educational purposes. So folks can, if they're pursuing anything educational, they can go to the Tribal Council building and check out an indoor CPE and take it home. Education could mean that you are trying to get your GED. It can mean that you want to learn how to do taxes. It can be all sorts of different things. And with the upcoming expansion that they'll be able to do with more spectrum, they're looking hard into telemedicine for their new clinic. They're looking into increasing emergency services throughout the canyon. And my favorite is that they have about 30,000 visitors a year. Some of the most beautiful places in the world is right next to the Havasupai Falls. And the way they're going to make their network sustainable is actually through selling internet access probably to the tourists. And that's something that's also a big lesson, is the sustainability of the network. If you're going to do a community network, it takes very little time in order to run that. But if you're going to do some sort of business or ISP, you're looking at least 2 full-time people. One to do the technical side, one to do the business side. And that takes a lot more coordination and planning, and there's lots of opportunities to collaborate within the communities that we've worked with. It's been pretty amazing to see what's happening. Other lessons learned through the last couple of years that we've been doing this work.
Might talk a little bit about the efficient use of spectrum and the use of arrays. I'm not an engineer, but I know that the way you design your network and ensuring that you are using spectrum more efficiently, some of the array work that you did with Havasupai.
So actually with Zuni too. So with one, we were able to provide enough coverage with the college in order to meet the 2-year standard of 50% coverage. However, it would support about 25 homes at broadband speeds. So what the tribal government is looking to do, and we're going to do it first on 3.65, 3.5, and then eventually put up the 2.5, which is much better in coverage. I think you mentioned it earlier that it has 20 times the amount of coverage, is to use an array. So you would think that, okay, if I want to cover 1,000 people, that would mean that you would have to basically put up a ton of different networks, use a ton of more spectrum. But actually with the effective use of arrays, you would just need to use twice as much spectrum as you were for the original deployment. You just kind of do it like in, I don't know if you folks listen to radio stations, my favorites in the Bay Area, 105.3, 104.9. Imagine that you have sector antennas just alternating, pointing in opposite directions, and you can put 8 of them around or 6 of them around or anything around, and that will be enough to be able to increase the amount of people that you serve. It's all basically based off of how many base stations, not by how much spectrum you have. So that's what's really neat, and a great example of this idea. If you put up a starter network, people can get familiar with it. People can then make much better network plans and understand what they're doing so they can plan better for what they want to do for their communities. If you're using, for example, just the 40 megahertz in order to make sure that the school can cover whoever it is they want to cover, but you still have plenty of other spectrum to maybe start an ISP or maybe to cover emergency vehicles or all sorts of different things. This has been a very generous opportunity put forth by the FCC, 117.5 megahertz. There's a lot you can do. You can still lease stuff, tons of stuff that you could do there. The cost is low. It's very low, and it's also an incredible opportunity to increase some of the technical expertise within your own communities. You can get tower training for your climbers for like $900, and then guess what? They can pull down as much as $1,200 a day after that by going off to other lands and building more networks themselves. There's just so many opportunities, specifically when it comes to telecommunications expertise on site. That can also, that's beyond just what we think of like, oh, you can start your own online business. The world that this is opening up is amazing. And to have those networks, to have that infrastructure under tribal control means that they get to dictate what happens. So those are the lessons learned.
And thank you. And like I said, we don't endorse or promote any particular commercial or nonprofit entity. But now's the time to be doing that homework and doing that research, because network design, siting, very important. First step, though, is getting the spectrum. And we hope that today we gave you the information and the tools you need. We will take back those questions we still need to answer. We will continue to take your questions. We will continue to improve on our processes. Some of the mapping and application improvements you saw today came from questions and suggestions we've gotten from you guys. And so continue to let us hear your thoughts, your concerns, what you like, what you don't like, your questions. But we hope that we have provided the information and the access to tools that you will need to avail yourselves of this very important opportunity to apply for 2.5 gigahertz spectrum to meet the communication needs of rural tribal lands. We cannot thank you enough for your time. We're honored with your presence. And I'd like to thank again the staff whose incredibly hard work and excellent work and brain power, I'm blown away by you every day, made not only today possible, but everything that you see in terms of the tools, the website, the application, and the things that will be happening as we open the window. These folks are, they're the brains and the brawn behind the scenes, and I thank them. I thank you. Please feel free to stay around, ask questions. I'm sure some of us will probably go down to the wharf and have an adult beverage, but please enjoy the rest of your time in DC. Let us know how we can help. And again, thank you for honoring us with your presence, with your questions, and we look forward to a successful 2.5 tribal priority window. Thank you.